Do so. First of all, give our honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great mighty and revered God, the Most High God, who restores loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right seed. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to God.
We're going to rise and face these. Alohu.
Aloha.
Nashadala Henu, Lea Botenu, Abiyava, Mabiyeska, Babiyako, Atabados, Weshameka, Bados, Baruch Shemeka, Mahe, Weshama Bene Israel, El Shabbat, Lasso, El Shabbat, let look time be hola. Beni Bene Israel, Moti Lola, Kisha Shea, Masada, El Shaddai, El Shamayim, where Talis, Bayo must be Shabbat, Waina Pash, Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Tulateka, Baruch Tushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok, Olam Mahe, Baruch Shem Kabol Makuto, Olam Mahe, Baruch Kabol Lavi, Min Kumom, Lega Yom, Alohu, Olam Mahe. These are moral shavu. These are moral laws. Moral laws that God gave us to live by. Moral laws on how we should live. And all these laws, commandments, and statutes that we read about has to do with your morals. That's why there's a thing called blemish. And when we blemish ourselves, it produces a moral stain. Moral stain. You stain your spirit. Anytime we violate the commandments and the statutes of the living God, we tarnish and blemish our spirit. And when our spirit become blemished before God, that puts a distance. God begins to distance himself away from you. Away from you. See, we can't get close to God by sinning and transgression and sinning presumptuously. There's no way we're going to get in the position of God exalting you. Yes, because once we do the things that is lawful and right by God, God will exalt you. God will pick you up. You ain't gonna know. I ain't gonna know. But if you read in Genesis 4, it tells you, God went to Cain. He said, if thou doest good, I will exalt you. He said, but if you don't do good, then sin lie at the door, and unto thee shall it be your desire. Which means you will begin to desire things that is contrary to God. You will begin to desire things that is opposite to what God says. It said, and it came to pass, which means time passed. And all that time, there was no communication between Cain and God. Because he didn't take heed, he didn't improve, he didn't do good. It said, and it came to pass that Cain saw his brother in the field and he killed him. He slew him. Now, because of that, the whole line of Cain was cut off. That's why the genealogy started from Adam, and then it jumped from Cain and went to Seth. The whole genealogy of Cain was cut off, all because of what one man did. See, when we read the book, everything coincides with each other. That's why the Most High said, he said, I will remember the sins of the fathers upon the sons. He remembered the sins of Cain upon his whole lineage. His whole lineage. His whole lineage got destroyed all because of what one man did. Now, in Deuteronomy 17, it speaks about blemish. It speaks about when you blemish your spirit, right? And blemish is a defect. This is a defect that we can't see with the normal eye. This is a defect that can only be seen in the spirit. God sees that defect. I don't see that defect in you. And you can't see the defect in me. But God can see that defect. And when God sees, that's why he gave us these laws. So we don't have to be defective. You don't notice when you go to the store and buy something, if it's defective, you can't use it. You can't use it. You can't be used. So you take it. It's of no use. I got to throw it out. That's why the Most High said, he said, the pit was created for the inhabitants of the world. That's where the world is going. If we don't bend our knee and humble ourselves before God and start doing the things that is lawful and right, you can stay there and play games and think it's a game. God made a difference between the holy and the profane, even in death. We were just talking about that this morning. Only one man got buried like that. One. Even in death, he separated it and put a difference between his burial, where he was buried. The man said, he said, man, I ain't never seen nothing like this. I said, you ain't gonna ever see it again.
You're gonna never see it again.
You ain't gonna ever see it again. Ever. Because I don't see people sacrificing themselves for the will of God. Yeah, I don't see people sacrificing themselves to do God's law.
Yeah, that's the treatment of his saints, man.
That's the treatment that only the saints of God got.
Sorry.
Only. People fail to realize. People go to Deuteronomy 17. People fail to realize, man. Right? Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish.
Sacrifice. You know, there's even an order in sacrifices. Before you set up a peace offering, see, a peace offering is a shalem. Shalem means a recompense, retribution, right? Right? It said there was an order of when they did the peace offering. See, before they sent up the peace offering, you had to send up a sin offering. You got to send up a sin offering, make an atonement for your iniquities. But before we sent up the sin offering, we confessed. We confessed our iniquities before God, then sent up the sin offering to make an atonement for our iniquities. Then we sent up the peace offering to regain the favor of God, to get back in favor with the Creator, with the Most High God. But guess what? Because of our sins and our iniquities, all that got wiped out. He cut off the line of us gaining favor back with him. So the only way to regain that favor is to stop sinning presumptuously. You know if something to be lawful and right, do it. You know if something that we shouldn't be doing, don't do it. And like my pop said, he said, Kazak wemas, strength and courage. Because it takes strength and courage to pursue these laws. Because there come a point in time when you get weak. Yes, we get weak. Why we get weak? Because we sin. And the opening is there. See, when we transgress, it says sin, iniquity shall be your desire, but thou shalt rule over him. How can we get the strength to rule over him? By taking heed to God's laws. Job was upright before the Creator. And he put an edge around Job. And they had a conversation about Job in the heavens. He said, adversary went to God. He said, man, he said, you got an edge around him. He said, God told the adversary, he says, no man like unto this guy here. He said, you consider my servant Job, who eschew evil. Eschew evil in the Hebrew just means to turn aside, to turn away, to turn from. That's it. You too can eschew evil. We eschew evil by turning away from the things that is unlawful. That's it. And just by him turning away from the things that was unlawful by God, the Most High put an edge around him. He put an edge around his family. He put an edge around his whole belongings. Nothing that belonged to Job could be touched. Nothing. That's the umbrella. He was the umbrella for his whole family. Tom sheet.
Wherein is blemish
Or
any evil favoredness.
Wherein there is a blemish or anything evil favored, read.
For that is an abomination unto the Lord thy God. If there be found among you within any of
that
thy
is
gates.
An abomination. Anything that ended up with a blemish was abominable before God. That even goes for man. We blemish ourselves by going against God. So what happens? We become an abomination before the eyes of God. God don't love the world. You get that out your mind. Well, God who so loved the... No, he don't. How God gonna love a world, love a people that go against his word? How God is gonna love a people that go against his word? Again, these were moral laws on how we should live. And this book was preserved for millions and thousands of years. Come, she read.
If there be found among you within any of thy gates, which the Lord thy God giveth thee, man or woman, that hath wrought wickedness in the sight of the Lord thy God. That have done
wickedness in the sight of God, read.
In transgressing his covenant.
In transgressing his covenant. What is his covenant? His agreement. His agreement, the deal, the package, the agreement that we had with God. What people had an agreement with God, man? There was no other people that had that agreement. But the reason why God came into covenant with the nation of Israel was because of one man. You see the proof and the examples that God had to put forth to the nation to believe in him and trust in him. He didn't have to do that with Abraham. All he did was speak to him one time and he believed him. And God said it was counted to him as righteousness. That's why that was that one man that had what you call blind allegiance. Blind allegiance is when you don't have to go through hell and back to show you that I exist. And we have the same because God speaks to all of us through what? Through the book. It's our job to read it and believe and make ourselves believe that this really happened. Without God having to show you no proof. Without the Most High having to show you any proof. But no, people always want examples. People always want proof. Well, is there any proof? Is there any proof of this? Is there any? There was no proof of what you believed in, but you believed it, right? At a point in time. So the same way you made yourself believe the foolishness that you used to believe and follow in your past, make yourself believe this. Make yourself believe what things that God said. Believe that. You want proof. I want proof. I want proof of this. I can show you proof that Horus, Isis, and Osiris didn't exist. I can show you that all that Egyptology stuff didn't exist. I can show you that all that Christianity stuff didn't exist. I can show you that all that Muslim and Islam foolishness don't exist, but yet people still believe it. So if you can believe foolishness, why you can't believe this? Why people have a problem believing this? You know why? Because it deals with a lot of restrictions. It restricts men and women from doing things that they like to do. That's why. It restricts men and women from doing the things that they like to do. The things that God said to do, you hate and despise it. And you say, and you voice forward words and forward things and evil things against God, like God is wrong.
Yeah.
No, God ain't wrong. You're wrong.
Right.
When we come to serve the Creator, we have to relinquish our past. We have to forget our past, forget what we was taught. Stop correlating and matching what you was taught in the past with what God says. Come to God with a clean slate, a clear mind, not hooked up to nothing. But the reason why we have a hard time believing this, because, like I said earlier, the pit was created for the inhabitants of the world today. Show God and make a separation between yourself and the people. Show God that you are not like them. Show God. Tell you, Tamshi.
Verse 3, and have gone and served other gods.
And have gone and served other gods. You know what serve means? To comply to their commands. Once we start complying to what they say or complying to their commands, to their walks of life, to their ways, to their traditions, to their practices, you serving them. I don't have to be in the church to serve these deities, or have to be in the mosque to serve them deities. I ain't got to be in none of those places. Just comply to their ways. Agree to their ways. You shouldn't want to be around Thanksgiving and Xmas celebrations and all those things. I got to do away from. Got to do away from all that thing. The appointed times and the appointed season that God established, we read about it here. Stick to it, and that's it. Don't add on, don't take away. Read.
And have gone and served other gods and worshipped them.
And have gone and served other gods,
and worshipped them, either the sun, or moon, or any of the hosts of heaven.
Or any of the hosts of heaven. And do you know, all religions began from astrology. All religions began from astrology. Okay? Nimrod died, and his mother resurrected him to the sun. And he was called Baal, which is the sun god. All religions goes back to astrology. And this is the reason why God said, he said, when you see the sun, moon, and all the hosts of heaven, he said, don't be driven. Don't get drawn away to serve them. And people actually look at the sun as God. Go ahead, read.
Or any of the hosts of heaven, which I have not commanded. And it be told thee, that thou hast heard of it, and inquire diligently, and behold, it be true, and the thing certain, that such abomination is wrought in Israel. Then thou shalt bring forth that man or that woman, which have committed that wicked thing unto thy gates, even that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones till they die.
You see what God said? Stone them with stones that they die. The only thing that made these people fear God and move them towards God was judgment. When you see this guy got stoned for what he did, you go ahead and follow his footsteps, you're going to get stoned too. You're going to get stoned too. Go ahead, read.
At the mouth of two witnesses
At the mouth of two witnesses or three witnesses
shall he that is worthy of death be put to death.
No, men's intuition.
At the mouth of two witnesses or three witnesses.
Woman's intuition.
At the mouth of two witnesses or three witnesses.
I got a feeling.
At the mouth
God
of two
said
witnesses.
You need witnesses to establish the matter. So guess what? When we begin to serve God, I'm not going to go by what I feel. I'm not going to go by what I think. I got to go by what a person showed me that's before my face. If I didn't show you this, don't tell me this is what I'm trying to. Don't tell me nothing else, because I never showed you nothing else. I never showed you no treacherous move. I never dealt with you treacherously. So don't call me treacherous. Don't call me treacherous. Everything I've done was upright before God. But people don't deal like that. People don't have that mind frame. God tells us how to think. God tells us how to move. And if we have to be on point, because at any given time, we will begin to venture off away from the things that God said. We will begin to venture off from the things that we read in this book. And then guess what? A wedge begin to build between you and God. That wedge start getting distanced and pushed away. Because we do things to push ourselves, to keep ourselves away from God. Go ahead, read.
At the mouth of two witnesses or
Two
three
witnesses or
witnesses
three
shall he that is worthy of
shall
death
he
be
that
put
is
to
worthy
death.
of death be put to death. Read.
But at the mouth of one witness he shall not be put to death.
Uh-huh.
The hands of the witnesses shall be first upon him to put him to death,
Mm-hmm.
and afterwards the hands of all the people.
Mm-hmm.
So thou shalt put away the evil from among you.
Uh-huh.
If there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood, between plea and plea, between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within thy gates, then shalt thou arise and get thee up into the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. And thou shalt come unto the priests and Levites, and unto the judge that shall be in those days, and inquire. And they shall show thee the sentence of judgment. And thou shalt do according to the sentence, which day of that place which the Lord shall choose shall show thee. And thou shalt observe to do according to all that they inform thee, according to the sentence of the law which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. Thou shalt not decline from the sentence which they shall show thee, to the right hand nor to the left.
Verse what?
Verse 12.
Okay, go ahead.
And the man that will do presumptuously, and will not hearken unto the priest that standeth to minister there before the Lord thy God, or unto the judge, even that man shall die. And thou shalt put away the evil from Israel.
He said, and that man that would do presumptuously. Presumptuous is when we do things against God and we know we ain't supposed to be doing it. See, presumptuous iniquity, a person that sinned presumptuously is full of pride. Because it takes pride to do things of your own accord. It takes pride to relinquish and say, forget God to do your own thing. It takes pride. And pride and vanity, those are the two things that distance you away from God. In order to serve God, we got to get rid of pride and we got to get rid of vanity. Those are the two main things that distance you away from God. Okay? Tom C, read.
And all the people shall hear and fear and do no more presumptuously.
Say that again.
And all the people shall hear and fear.
And all the people shall hear and fear.
And do no more presumptuously.
And do no more presumptuously. Read.
When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, and shall possess it, and shall dwell therein, and shall say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about.
And that was our problem. We always wanted to be like the nations round about. What they had, we wanted. We wanted, the nations had a king, now we want a king. And that was, go ahead, read.
Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. One from among thy brethren shall thou set king over thee.
One from among thy brethren, read.
Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother.
The word for stranger is, I think it's nakri. Can't find it now, but I think it's nakri if I'm not mistaken. Verse 15, right? Yeah. Go ahead, read. I'll find it.
But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause
the people, don't multiply horses to himself, read.
Nor cause the people to return to Egypt.
Nor cause the people to return to Egypt, read.
To the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as the Lord has said unto you, you shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away. Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. And it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom.
He said, multiply wives, multiply woman, silver and gold, because these things would turn your heart away from serving God. There are certain things that we do in life that will cause us to turn away from God, from the Most High. And we got the key right here, and it tells us, and it forewarns us, and tells us what to stay away from. But do we listen? No. Go ahead, read.
And it shall be, when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law in a book.
Write a copy of this law in the book. The word for copy is mishneh, means study by oral repetition, because only 2 people had a book. The king had to write a copy from the high priest. 2 people. Which means the law was passed down by word of mouth. And all these laws that we read about, Moses stood in that mountain for 40 days writing. All these laws came out of the mouth of God.
That's right.
Moses didn't come up with these laws. These laws came out of the mouth of God. So when we read these laws, these words, and we reiterating it over and over, it's like God speaking to you.
Right.
It's like you reiterating and repeating the words of God. And these are the things that will have an effect on your spirit. That's why God said, read it every day. Read it every day. Because these things will have an effect on your spirit. But we spend more time reading science fictions and novels and books that have nothing to do with God. The time that we take to put into this pagan abomination things, we need to put our time in and read this book and apply it to ourselves so that we can become better with God, so that we can take heed, so that God can look at you and say, man, you have done good, you have improved, you did good. The standards of good is already set. Understand that. The standards of good is already set. We read about the standards of a good man and a good woman, who God said was good. The standards are set. Not according to my standards. Not according to today's standards. We got to be able to look at a person and say, well, hey, you ain't following what God said, you're wicked. That's plain and simple. I'm sorry. I may look at you and say you're good, but in the eyes of God, he look at you and say you're an evil sucker. You're an evil dude, man. Because you know who God is and you know his laws, and you refuse to switch over. You refuse to change. That's the only thing that makes us good in the eyes of God. We have to change according to what we read here. If we don't change according to what God says, guess what? You are not good.
That's right.
You're not good.
That's right.
I'm not good.
Mm-hmm.
We are not good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was a good woman. I'm a good woman. Good woman what? You're a good woman or a good man to yourself. But in the eyes of God, God gonna look at you as a good man or a good woman because you refuse to buckle down, humble yourselves, and do these laws so that God could look at you as good, because that's the only thing that matters. I may be good in the eyes of God, but then this guy look at me and say, I'm a piece of Zoak. I ain't nothing. Yeah, but God don't look at me that way. That's what counts. And the only way to get in that position and them standards with the Creator, we must begin to hearken to these laws, commandments, and statutes and begin to fulfill them, because no one knows the day of your death. When your number calls, that's it. You know, there's a certain time where forgiveness, there's a time for forgiveness. There's a time where God will hearken to your prayers. But when we continue to do the things that is unlawful by God, there comes a point in time where he closes it. Shut it down.
It's only open for
Gotta realize that, man. Tom C.
And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein.
He shall be with him. He shall read therein.
All the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God.
That's how you're gonna learn. That's the beginning. That's how you're gonna learn how to fear God, by putting our heads in this book and reading. Because the only way to refrain from sinning is to have fear. It goes hand in hand. I'm not going to stop sinning and transgression if I'm not afraid. Go ahead, read.
That he may learn to fear the Lord his God, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes to do it. That his heart be not lifted up.
That his heart be not lifted up. You hear that? So, you know what lifted up means, right? Lifted up goes into being proud, goes into having a stubborn heart, a proud heart, a stubborn heart. Proud. When a person has a stubborn heart, or he's proud and he has a lot of pride in him, that person start exhibiting and showing certain things. Like as far as looking at you as a failure, by ignoring your strength, magnifying your weakness, and establishing himself as superior. I'm pushing you down to pick myself up. That's pride. That's pride. Pride is a deadly mixture of discontent. Discontent means not satisfied. All right? Discontent and greed, which leaves you unsatisfied and angry at every inconvenience and affliction. Okay? Overconfidence in one's own ability. You start to begin to let me go on to something else, which shows you what pride is. I wrote it down, Right. And God already showed us, man, in order to get to the Creator, we got to relinquish those things. We can't get to God having a proud and stubborn heart. Go ahead, read.
That his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel.
Go to Exodus chapter 23.
Exodus chapter 23.
Right.
Thou shalt not raise a false report.
Thou shalt not raise a false report. The word for raise is nasah. It means to bear or support. I cannot support something that is false. To bear also means to carry. I cannot bear or carry a report that is false. Which means I have to find out, first of all, I got to find out the truth and the validity in this report. Okay? Tom C.
Thou shalt not raise a false report. Put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness.
Say it again.
Put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness.
Put not thy hand with the wicked. It also means on the side of the wicked. So once this person is doing things that is contrary to God, that's supposed to build a wedge between these two people. But the reason why it doesn't build a wedge, because he's just like you. You people are the same. It said like spirits attract. Birds of a feather flock together. So if I'm not agreeing with your ways and the things that you're doing, that's what's supposed to separate me from you. That's why in the law it says, put not thy hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shalt thou speak in the cause to decline after many to wrest judgment.
Neither shalt thou speak in the cause after many. Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. Thou shalt not follow or go after the multitude. Which means once you do this, once you're doing the same thing and operating the same way, that the multitude is operating and moving, you're following after the multitude. Which means you got to put a difference between holy and profane. Yourself and the people. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not speak in a cause to decline after many to rest judgment.
Decline after many to rest judgment. Rest judgment means to change. I read.
Neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause.
Neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause. Right? He said, neither shall you answer or speak in a dispute on an event, on an incident, and you didn't know what took place. See, we gotta realize something. We see, when we're dealing with God's law, with his commandments, with his statutes, this has no friends. I could only be on the side of God by joining and agreeing with what he says. So when certain things happen or go down, I could only tell you what God says. And I can only agree with what God says. I can't accept you in your wrong and side with you in your wrong. Because now you're putting this guy above what the Creator said, and that's not right. Go ahead, read.
If thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again.
What enemy? Amongst ourselves, we had enemies. These laws wasn't for the nations round about. God didn't give these laws to the nations round about. So why do we go out of our way to tell people outside of this? Why? First of all, we don't know who these people is. All right, go ahead, read.
If thou see the ass of him that hate thee lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help with him. Thou shalt not rest the judgment of thy poor in his cause. Keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay thou not, for I will not justify the wicked. And thou shalt take
Go back to verse 5.
Verse 5. If thou see the ass of him that hated thee lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help with him.
If thou see the ass of him that hates thee lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help him, because the ass was burdensome animals. And sometimes you load that ass up with too much load. It's too much for them to carry. They ain't moving. So now you got to go unload the burden and go with this dude, with the guy on his journey. Read.
Thou shalt not rest the judgment of thy poor in his cause. Keep thee far from a false matter.
Keep thee far from a false matter.
And the innocent and righteous slay thou not.
What is false? Credit card scams, boosting. People go out and steal, then come back and want to sell you the things that they stole. Lies and deceit. So stay away from all these things, because all these things that God told us to stay away from blemishes your spirit. And these are the things that distance you away from God. Go ahead, read.
And the innocent and righteous slay thou not.
The innocent and righteous slay thou not. Read.
For I will not justify the wicked. And thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blinded the wise and perverted the words of the righteous.
The gift, that bribe. He said, don't take a bribe. Don't take that gift, because it's going to blind the eyes of the wise and pervert the words of the righteous. And that happens naturally, because this guy always give you and look out. You speak more so towards his favor, because he's looking out for you. And God said, listen, don't take no bribe. Don't take no gift, because you're going to start to change your words. You're going to change your words. It's going to change your perception according to certain situations. And you're going to begin to change your words to suit this guy. And he's wrong. Go ahead, read.
Also, thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger.
He said, you know the heart of a stranger, because you was a stranger in Egypt. So guess what that means? I know how it feels to be treated as a stranger. You don't treat people like that. Which means the law also teaches us how to treat each other. It says it right there. Go ahead, read.
In 6 years thou shalt sow thy land.
6 years thou shalt sow thy land.
And shalt gather in the fruits thereof.
Gather in the fruits thereof.
But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still. that the poor of thy people may eat, and that which leave, and what they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner, thou shalt deal with thy vineyard and with thy olive yard.
We didn't have beggars, man. We didn't have beggars in Israel, man. Person get hungry, you could go on your field and eat. Next thing I get hungry, I go on this one's field and eat. You just can't leave out there with a sheaf, stuffing things in our sheaves and leaving things alone. He said, don't go and put the sickle to the man's corn. He said, pick it with your hands. Go ahead, read.
6 days shalt thou do thy work, and on the seventh day thou shalt rest.
See, these laws tells us what to do with your field. The law tells us what to do with your belongings, with your field, which means that will stop people to say, well, it's mine. No, it's mine. It's mine. Yeah, but you can't feed this guy. The guy's coming into your field to eat. See, to do these laws, it take a type of mentality. It take a certain way of thinking to do these laws, commandments, and statutes. Can't be selfish and serve God. You can't be all for self and serve God. Go ahead, read.
6 days shalt thou do thy work.
6 days thou shalt do thy work.
And on the seventh day thou shalt rest.
So the seventh day is a day that God has separated from the rest of the 6 days. Sit. Whatever I do on those 6 days, I am not doing today.
That's right.
Because the word Shabbaton, it means general strike, work stoppage, to cease from activity. Do you know to cease from activity, that stops you from having the unity Sabbath? Oh, we having a unity Sabbath over here at this church place, and everybody coming. Next thing when you go there, they're setting up speakers. They're setting up pulpits. People coming in on droves, the truck full of speakers and food. Oh man, do we really think that is ordained on Shabbat?
No.
Do we really think we're supposed to be doing this on Shabbat?
No.
My father stopped us from going to Unity Shabbat from the time years ago. I don't go to no more Unity Shabbat. How you could come down and sacrifice yourself to come down for a Unity Shabbat, but you can't sacrifice and come down to have a regular holy convocation. Because you enjoy more drumming. For hours, the man drumming. Next thing you start busting a sweat. Next thing his hand hurting. That's not good. Keep on doing it and see how close you get to God. Keep on. Keep on. I don't tell people nothing no more. Because all they're going to do is argue. Do as you please. Right. I know what I'm going to do, what my father showed me in the setup. See, there's a certain way to get to God. There's a setup that has to be set. It's only one way. And the way that I'm seeing with the rest of these people is not the way. Go ahead and read.
That thine ox and thine ass may rest.
Your ox and your ass may rest.
Because
they didn't work the ox and the ass. That tells you what? They didn't travel. The horses had to rest. You think the horses is going to be running, galloping, taking this chief king so-and-so to a convocation on Shabbat, and God said to make them rest? So what do you mean? That's why your convocation has to be within walking distance. If it ain't in walking distance, I ain't going to your camp. I'm not going there because I'm not jumping in no car. I ain't going in no train, and the distance ain't. I ain't speaking. These are what my father teach us by. If it ain't walking distance, I'm not going, because our forefathers didn't travel. It was walking distance between the Ark of the Covenant and the tabernacle, and they walked there and walked back. That was it. Another part where it says, he said, remain in your tents. He said, don't come out of your tents, because tomorrow is the day of the Lord. You're not going to find it in the field. Don't come out here looking for no manna. And they distrusted God and still went out in the field looking for manna. See, the Most High put certain situations to test your belief and your faith and your trust. And when we break it and go against it, that's it. Go ahead, read.
That thine ox and thine ass may rest.
Your ox and your ass may rest.
And the son of thine handmaid.
The son of your handmaid. Even the handmaid and the manservants get rest. Which means what? What they did? Served you. So guess what? So if serving is also a key to tell us that we can't serve. I can't serve you. And you can't serve me. Because God already gave strict commands that the men service and the maid service shall rest, put a halt from them serving you. So why do I walking around in the congregation with a pitcher of water? Hey, you want some water? No, let that man get his own water, man.
Everybody serve themselves.
Serve your own self. The book gives us examples, but we read it and look right over it. And start doing our own thing. Next thing, the brother outside with a pitcher. Man, I don't want no water, man. I tell my kids, don't take nothing outside. Don't carry nothing in your hand. Go get your own water. Read.
And in all things that I have said unto you.
And in all things that I have said unto you, read.
Be circumspect.
Be circumspect.
And make no mention.
Make no mention of who?
Of the name.
Of the name.
Of other gods.
Of other gods. Make no mention of the name of other gods. JC, Lulu, this deity,
Momo.
That deity, Momo. He said, don't make no mention of, make no recollect, don't make no remembrance of these people, of these deities. Read.
Neither let it be heard out of thy mouth.
3
times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the month Abib, for in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty.
All right, go ahead. Go read that verse again.
Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread.
Thou shalt keep what?
The feast.
The feast
of unleavened bread.
Of unleavened bread. Right? Go ahead.
Thou shalt eat unleavened bread
Thou
7
shalt
days.
Eat unleavened bread 7 days.
As I commanded thee.
As I commanded thee. Read.
In the time appointed of the month Abib, for in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me.
Okay, see, I stick to the book and I use the book to back up what I said. Anything that I say, I can use the book to back up what I say. Now, unleavened. What makes the dough unleavened? Stay where you at. Everybody stay where you at. I'm in Hosea chapter 7, right? Hosea chapter 7. Now, it says, when I would have healed Israel. You know what God talking about when he healed? Heal you not from sickness. Heal you from destruction. Heal you from iniquity. When God heal you, there ain't going to be nobody committing no more iniquity. We ain't going to be sinning no more. He said, when I have healed Israel, then the iniquity of Ephraim was discovered. In the Hebrew, it says removed. He said, when I healed Ephraim, he said his iniquity was removed. Right? It says, and the wickedness of Samaria, for they commit falsehood, and the thief cometh in, and the truth of robbers spoil it without. And they consider not in their heart that I remember all their iniquity, all their wickedness. We never consider nothing. Because we got a heart of stone. The only thing that removes that heart of stone and gives us that heart of flesh is taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes. Because he tells us who to love. He tells us what to love. He tells us what to hate and what we shouldn't hate. It said, they consider not in their heart that I remember all their wickedness. Now, their own doings have beset them about. Your own doings had turned you away from God, which means we do it to ourselves with the works of our own hands. Because of what you did, what we did in our lives, it pushed us away from God. God is doing things that is not of the Creator. Okay? He said, beset them about. They are before my face. They make the king glad with their wickedness and the princes with their lies. They are all adulterers. As an oven heated by the baker who ceased it from raising after he had kneaded the dough until it be leavened. It never gave a time. It never said what time. And I never read in the book where it gave you a time. But we want to add on to what God says. We want to be Jewish. That's Judaism. Now you have Israelites talking about halakha. And what's the other thing? Parshat and seder. The next thing in the morning, one person looking and saying the bar mitzvah.
But they hate white people.
Nowhere in the book I read about these things because there was no set portion. There was no set portion. Ain't no set portion today. I go wherever I want to go into. And there is no set time to knead a dough so that it don't become leavened. Once you knead it and you start kneading, that begins the leavening process. I don't know nothing else. If you can't show me a time in the book, don't bring it to me. Don't bring it to me. That's it. Tamshi.
Verse
go back to
16.
where we at.
Verse 16.
Uh-huh.
And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors,
The feast of harvest, the first fruits of our labors, read.
which thou hast sown in the field,
Mm-hmm.
and the feast of ingathering,
Uh-huh.
which is in the end of the year,
Uh-huh.
when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field.
Mm-hmm.
3 times in a year all thy males shall appear before the Lord God.
3 times in a year, all males shall appear before the Most High. And those 3 appointed times was Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Weeks, and Feast of Tabernacles. Those are the 3 appointed times that we had to appoint and appear before God. Appointed times. And all the appointed times is already set in the book. Nowhere in the book, no Israelite could show me where we celebrated birthdays. Nowhere in the book where you can show me in the book where we celebrated New Year's. Nowhere in the book tells me. Read Leviticus 23. Did it say New Year? It said beginning of months. So why do we put things that's not there? Why do we add on things that's not there? Why? Because we yearn to be like the people. We yearn to be like the people round about.
You guys no anniversaries?
Why?
No anniversaries?
No anniversaries. Why? Why do we yearn to be like the nations round about? Why? Is that our destiny?
Yes.
Is that's what we are destined to do? Because each and every person in life has their own, your destiny ain't my destiny. And your destiny ain't my destiny. Our destiny become the same when we agree on one accord. Our destiny in life becomes the same when we agree on one thing, on these laws, commandments, and statutes. That's it. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread. Neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of thy first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not seethe the kid in his mother's milk.
He said, don't boil a young kid, a young goat in the milk of his mother. Read.
Behold, I sent an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into the place.
And you know that milk, they could sense that. A child knows the milk of his mother, where you can take another woman and put that child there. He knows that. That's not. My mother did something, and she said she had told my Anaya's mother when she was staying here. She had Anaya. Anaya was born. She had to go, so she said her scent. She said, take that shirt off, lay it there, lay Anaya on top of that shirt. And do you know that little girl stayed sleeping? Because she smelled her mother. That's the first connection between the child and the parent. First is the mother. Then after is when you learn and understand, well, that's my father. That's my father. But that first connection was between that child, that bond is between that child and that mother. That's why it's so important to honor and respect your parents, man. It's very important. Very important. Read.
Behold, I set an angel before thee.
Why God sent that angel? Why? Why did God have to send an angel before us? Because we got him angry. And there come a time, listen, when you get a person angry, he said, man, listen, man, I don't want to see you. I don't want to talk to you. He said, listen, man, you go tell him. He said, I ain't got nothing to say to him. I ain't got nothing to say to him. And that's what happened. Go ahead, read.
To keep thee in the way, and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him, and obey his voice, provoke him not.
Beware of him, obey his voice, don't provoke him. Read.
But he will not pardon your transgressions.
He's not going to pardon your transgressions.
Read. For my name is in him.
Because my name is in him. The angels is not equipped with what God is equipped with. The angels is not equipped with mercy and compassion and pity. God is equipped with that. All the angels know is that you are going against the Creator. That's all they know. And they're going to come after you. They're going to come after you. You don't see when God unleashed and let the death angel through?
He wasn't stopping.
He wasn't going to stop until God stopped him. The last spot he looked at was Jerusalem. He was going in. God made David at that point in time, he made David number the people so that he can punish the nation. So he can punish the nation. It ain't the head. King David wasn't at fault with God. But he needed a reason. See, God don't move if there's no reason for him to move. God ain't going to punish you if he don't have a reason to punish you. If there was no cause. Nothing happened for nothing. This happened because what caused this to happen? And this is why we got to have this type of mentality. What caused this? What made this happen in my life? What am I doing to bring this upon myself? Because everything that we do in life, it brings about a reaction. It's a cause and effect in everything we do, man. Everything. So now we got to start thinking. What caused this to happen? What did I do to cause this? Go ahead, read.
But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak.
But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, read.
Then I will be an enemy unto thine enemy.
Enemy to your enemy.
And an adversary unto thine adversary.
An adversary to your adversary.
For mine angel shall go.
But all we got to do is honor God. That's it. He's going to fight your battles.
That's it.
A person come against you, he's going to fight your battles. A person becomes adverse or opposite to you, he's going to fight your battles. God. Go ahead, read.
For mine angel shall go before thee.
I remember my pops used to say that. He'll say something, and then sometimes I'll say something. Then he say, hey, boy, he said, you my adversary now. And I'm like, nah, I ain't your adversary. He said, you are. You're saying opposite to what I'm telling you.
That's simple.
It's that simple.
That's it.
It's that easy to become adverse or to become an adversary. I said, well, you know, you're right, Albert. You're right. I ain't going against your word, whatever you say. Go ahead, read.
For mine angel shall go before thee.
For my angel shall go before thee.
And bring thee in unto the Amorites,
Uh-huh.
the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off.
And I will cut them off. You know these nations, these Amorites, the Hittites, Canaanites, all these guys here.
Canaanite nation. Yeah.
It was Canaanite nations. It was nations that we need to destroy. Those 7 nations. Now, it was a reason why we didn't destroy. God gave us the command and told us wipe them out, but we didn't wipe them out. They was left there to be a thorn on our side and to prove you, to prove your will and your determination if you are going to remain serving God. Okay? And look who came out of those nations, like Uriah the Hittite. So now that stirred up something in me. It said God make exceptions for those that make exceptions for his laws. That's why God accepted Uriah the Hittite. That's why God accepted Ruth the Moabite. That's why God accepted a lot of people that was in those other nations because they made exceptions to serve God. They changed. That's why when you read, he said, I'm going to be called or known as the God for who? For all people. He wasn't known by that before. He was just on Israel. But then later on, God saw righteousness in other nations and individuals, not a whole nation, but individuals from different nations that made sacrifices for God's law. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not bow down to their gods.
Thou shalt not bow down to their gods.
Nor serve them.
Nor serve them.
Nor
verse
do,
what?
Verse 24.
Go ahead.
Nor do after their works.
Nor do after their works.
But thou shalt utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images. And ye shall serve the Lord your God, and he shall bless thy bread.
That's 24?
I'm at 25 now.
Okay, now, he said, thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works. Their works is what? Ma'aseh. Ma'aseh means their works, their practices, their traditions. We didn't do nothing like them. Nothing. We didn't do nothing like them to where we was able to be compared to no nation. Why you think God gave us these laws? To differentiate us from the nations round about. So how are we going to have the same celebrations as them? The Canaanites and the Egyptians celebrated birthdays, and now Israelites wants to celebrate birthdays. I don't celebrate birthdays. No. I'm just a year old. That's it. Don't come to me with no gifts. Don't come to me with no bottles. I don't want no bottles. I don't want no gifts. I don't want none of that. I don't want none of that. It's just a regular day. Those are the ways and the customs of the nations. We need to continue. Right? Now, he said, but thou shalt utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images. So when I look up the word images, it says matzeba. All right? Let me tell you what a matzeba is. A matzeba is a monument, a statue, or a tombstone. A monument is a written document. You know what a written document is? When a person died and you got their picture on the paper and you said from sunset,
from sunrise
to sunset, 1900 to 2024. He has been living and he has 8 children. There's over one sister came to me and said, so you don't think your father would want something written? No. No, that's a monument. That's an obituary. And we didn't do that. Those are the ways and the customs of the nations. That's right. That's why we didn't have no obituary with my father's face on there talking about in this. We don't need that. We don't need that. That's right. We don't need that. That's right. I have yet to see an Israelite die without an obituary. And then they come want to give you one. I say, oh, I don't want that. I don't want it. I see it, I look at it, and you can take it back. I'm not bringing that in my house.
That's why
I'm not bringing that in my house.
That's why there were no services.
See, guess who the first one to set trends? God is the trendsetter. Yes. It's up to you to fulfill it. That's right. It's up to you to fulfill it. What's going to cause you and make you set the trends? Do the taking heed to what God says. That's right. Things, wonderful things will begin to be done to you because of this. Because of this. Because you acknowledge God, man. Right? Now, a monument, a written document, a tombstone, a large flat inscribed stone standing or laid on the grave. Guess what happened? You see what they put on our thing? One little small little thing. That's not a tombstone. It's just a little small little thing with his name there and stuck right there. No tombstones. No tombstones.
And in time that's gonna be gone.
That's right.
The wind gonna blow that.
Yeah. They just have to replace it. They'll have to go back and replace it. No tombstones. You don't gotta have a tombstone. You don't. They'll just put like a little thing stuck in the ground and they'll see where you buried at. You don't need tombstones. Right. Matzeva also is a carved or cast figure of a person or an animal that relinquishes statues, toys, images. Why is it so hard for people to leave off from images? Because we are inclined. We are so inclined, spiritually inclined to the things that God is against. We are spiritually inclined to the things that God is against, which builds a wedge in the distance between you and God. Go ahead, read.
And ye shall serve the Lord your God, and he shall bless thy bread and thy water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of thee. And there shall nothing cast their young nor be barren. In thy land, the number of thy days I will fulfill.
Okay, cut that. Go to Amos 3. Go to Amos chapter 3. And go to Amos 3.
Hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel. Against the whole family.
Hear the word, O children of Israel, that what?
Against the whole family, which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore I will punish you for all your iniquities. Can two walk together except they be agreed? Will a lion roar in the forest when he hath no prey? Will a young lion cry out of his den if he have taken nothing?
And one thing I gotta remember, the only one I remember, the only one that had it and erected a pillar after him was Absalom. You didn't read about nobody else erecting a pillar. Why? Because it said that he had no children, no seed. So he erected a pillar in remembrance of his name.
You don't write nothing.
Right.
He
didn't write nothing on it.
Write nothing on the pillar.
It said just said Absalom's place.
It's just a big rock.
Just wrote it there. He didn't have, and I bet you he didn't have the time, the date that he lived and died.
No.
He didn't have no written document on it. He didn't have none of that on there. Their pillars was completely opposite to what pillars that the people erect today. Completely opposite. Okay? Now,
It's like a house.
huh?
The pillars was like a cave.
Mm-hmm.
Cave.
Now let's go. You have Amos. Let's go to Amos 3. Amos 3. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. He said, "You only have I known of all the families of the earth." Who's saying that? God's saying that. He said, "You only have I known of all the families of all these nations that set up." He said, "I took and I turned towards the nation of Israel." Okay, go ahead, read.
Therefore, I will punish you for all your iniquities.
Yeah, read.
Can two walk together except they be agreed?
And can two, and guess, let me go back a little. Remember Michal and what she had in the bed? She had a statue. She had a statue. A big statue.
To look like a body.
Why? Because she had the statue in there, covered it with blankets and hair, hiding her husband because her father was coming after him to kill him. It still don't make it right.
Right.
Just like Absalom. He ain't the one to follow. This is a man that chased his father all over the place.
40 years.
40 years he chased him. But why David didn't kill him was because he acknowledged the punishment of God. God turned his own house against him. It was the sentence of God, man. And that's why he told Joab and all his people, he said, man, don't touch the lad. Don't touch him. He could have killed him and took him out. He can't mess with Joab. He can't mess with his father. That's why the one of the prophets, not Nathan, he said, who shot the archive, right? He said, man, your father, you don't know he said your father is like bears robbed of his whelps. He said he's probably in one of them caves right now, one of them holes watching you right now, and you don't even know. Your father's a warrior. He said, and those that be with him are warriors. Valiant men.
They're not scared.
No. That's right. Go ahead, read.
Verse 4.
He said, go ahead, read. No.
Verse 2.
Can
two walk together except they be. Verse 2. You only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore I will punish you.
You only have I known of all the families of the earth. When did God begin his relationship with the nation? Egypt. When the children of Israel, when the nation of Israel saw all these wondrous acts and everything that God did, and God is allowing scientists to discover archaeological facts, proof that all this that we read about in the book is facts to substantiate your belief, to strengthen your belief in God. All that do is supposed to push you towards and get you closer to God. Guess what? But people still want more proof. Guess what? It's never enough for it's never enough for a non-believer. No. It's never enough for an unbeliever. Understand what I'm saying? God did not have to go out of his way to show Abraham that he exists. No. One time. No. He didn't show him no wondrous acts. He didn't do nothing.
No strings.
No, none of that. He told him one time. And his belief was a doubt. He believed in God. He believed in God. So we need to consider ourselves and acknowledge ourselves that when you need a million proof,
you got a million questions.
A million questions, a million proof that God exists, it's not for you. It's not for you. It's not for you. It's not for you. It's not for you.
It's the hard truth.
It's not for you. Go ahead. He said, you only have I known of the families of the earth, therefore I will punish you for all your iniquities. That's why you see certain people get dealt with differently with God. Because some people is more exposed to God than others. The ones that is more exposed to God get treated very harsh. Harsh punishment. Hard and swift punishment from God. Because I done revealed myself for you. And you know. This guy here don't know. He's still guilty. But your standards with God is more higher than this guy's standards. See, our standards with God is not the same. Right? Our standards with God is not the same. Amen. Tamshi.
Verse 3. Can two walk together except they be agreed?
Can two walk together except they be agreed? The word for agreed is ya'ad. Ya'ad means appointed. Can two walk together except appointed means to be chosen? All right? There's no way chosen people agree and walk in unison. We're going to be walking together because we agree on one accord.
got the same appointment.
We got the same appointment. We got the same job. We got the same mindset. We got the same push, the same drive. If we don't agree, then certain things will draw me and push me away from you. Now, one thing, there's always a red light. When I was messing around with heathenistic women and sleeping around, one thing that tickled my ear when they said JC. Oh, gee. I said, please. I don't want to hear it. Complete turn off. Complete turn. It turns me off. I don't agree with you. I don't agree with your ways. I don't agree with your mindset. I don't agree with nothing that you do. And that's what keeps me away from these type of people. See, my spirit is not going to shun these people if I continue to be around them. In order for my spirit to shun them, I got to put distance. And I got to start pulling myself closer to God. Put distance. Pull myself closer to God. Put distance. Then and only then, when I'm around them, I'm going to feel out of place. I ain't going to want to be around them. I don't want to be around you no more. Go ahead, read.
Will a lion roar in the forest when he hath no prey?
Will a lion roar in the forest? He don't have no prey?
Will a young lion cry out of his den if he have taken nothing? Can a bird fall in a snare upon the earth?
What verse you at?
Verse 5.
Okay, go ahead.
Can a bird fall in a snare upon the earth where no gin is for him? Shall one take up a snare from the earth and have taken nothing at all? Shall a trumpet be blown in the city and the people not be afraid?
Because the trumpet was a trumpet for warning. Anytime that trumpet was like an alarm, it's some type of invasion going on. Go ahead, read.
Shall there be evil in the city?
Shall there be evil in the city?
And the Lord has
and
not
God
done
ain't do it? God causes everything. Whatever God does evil to the ones that deserve it, and he does good to the ones that deserve it. So when something evil and atrocious, listen, remember what God said. I will remember the sins of the fathers upon your sons, upon your children. Down the line. So now when I look at my son, all I gotta do is look at myself. I brought this upon my own son with my wickedness. God done visit my iniquities upon my own son. That's how he deal. We can't question God and say why he moved that way. Well, I don't agree with that. We need to watch our words with God. And we need to watch our words with God and accept it. Then and only then we can better ourselves with God. We have to begin to accept the things that God accepts. We have to train ourselves to hate the things that God hates. Go ahead, read.
Surely the Lord God will do nothing, but he revealed his secret unto his servants,
Surely who?
The prophets.
Say that again.
Surely the Lord God will do nothing.
Surely the Lord God will do nothing.
But he revealed his secret unto his servants. Verse 7.
But he revealed his secrets unto his servants, the prophets. There is certain things that God will reveal to the ones that serve him. And then when you reiterate it, you ain't gonna understand because it ain't for you.
That's why nothing happened.
Certain things is not for everybody. Certain things is not for the world. Certain things is just for you because you have determined, you have had that determination to serve God. You made your mind up to serve God. See, that's what we need to do first. The first thing we need to do is make our minds up. Our minds are not made up, man. Right. And that's why we go and come with God. Right. That's why we go and come with the Creator. Because our minds ain't made up. When we make our minds up, then that will bring about a different reaction. It's going to bring about actions. Go ahead, read.
The lion hath roared. Who will not fear? The Lord God hath spoken. Who can but prophesy?
God spoken. I don't need to hear no prophecy. Go ahead, read.
Published in the palaces of Ashdod. And in the palaces in the land of Egypt, and say, assemble yourselves upon the mountains of Samaria, and behold the great tumults in the midst thereof, and the oppressed in the midst thereof. For they know not to do right, saith the Lord, who store up violence.
For they know not to do right, saith the Lord. The word for right is nikoka, naka, nunka, chet. It means to be straightforward. When you describe a person as straightforward, you approve them because they are honest and direct and do not try to hide their feelings. Those are people that are straightforward.
Straight shooter.
That's right, Tamshi.
For they know not to do right, saith the Lord, who store up violence and robbery in their palaces.
Okay, cut that and go to Psalms. Go to Psalms 101. Go to Psalms 101.
Psalms 101. A psalm of David. I will sing of mercy and judgment unto thee, O Lord, will I sing.
He said, I will sing of mercy and judgment unto thee, O Lord, will I sing. Go ahead, read.
I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way.
I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way.
Oh, when wilt thou come unto me? I will walk within my house with a perfect heart.
He said, when? He said, oh, when wilt thou come up? He said, when you pulling up? When you coming? Right? Now, he said wise. Right? The word for wise is askila. Askila means wise, to acquire sense, to be circumspect, to prosper. Circumspect means wary. Wary.
Wary of yourself.
Wary. And unwilling to take risk.
Careful with yourself.
But only a pious will be circumspect with God.
Right.
Only the ones that had the determination to serve God will be circumspect, and you won't take risk. That's fear.
I ain't taking no chances.
I'm not taking no chances and cut that stove on if I forgot. I'm not going to take a chance and walk out my house with a burden. I'm not going to take a chance and do things that would cause God to frown on me. The pious ones are circumspect. Okay? Careful to consider all circumstances and possible consequences. We understand that, man? What will that's only a person that is aware and circumspect with God will think about certain things, will think that way and say, man, what will happen? What is the possible consequences if what I'm doing it can be and may be wrong? Why do we take chances with that? It's better just to do it out. Do it out. And leave it. Only for one day. It's not like it's a whole week. Only one day God asked for. One day. And we can't pull away from things that we love and we like just for the sake of God. It also means senses. Senses. To understand or be aware of something without being told about it. I didn't have to tell you. I didn't have to conversate with you. I didn't have to reveal this to you. You was aware already. You already perceived it. And you was already aware that, hey, I need to stay out that path. I need not to walk that way. I need to stay in this right, straight and narrow path. Only the pious ones has those type of senses circumspect, wary, and unwilling to take risk. Careful to consider all circumstances and possible consequences. If I walk past that threshold with this burden in this book, oh, it's not a burden. A burden is anything that is carried. That's the definition of burden.
I think a burden is something heavy.
It don't have to, it doesn't depict the load of what you're carrying. All you got to do is carry it. That's the definition. But we take chances with our own hide, with our own skin. Because guess what? Skin for skin. We're going to pay with our own skin. When we go against these laws, you're going to pay with your life, man. You're going to pay with your life. Right? He said, able to detect the presence or occurrence of something. That senses is conscious awareness. Your conscious awareness. Conscious comes from the word conscientious. Full awareness. All right? Go ahead, read.
Oh, when wilt thou come unto me?
He said, verse 2.
I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way.
I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way, in an upright way.
Oh, when wilt thou come unto me?
He said, when wilt thou come unto me? Read.
I will walk within my house with a perfect heart.
I will walk within my house with a perfect heart. The definition of walk means to pursue a certain course or procedure, to pursue a certain way of life.
Live a certain way.
Live a certain way. The standards is already set. The course and the procedure and the course of life and the way of life, we read about it here in the book. It's right here. The book teaches us how we should live, the way we should live, the way we should walk. Follow it. When we begin to live in other ways that is not accepted of God, it's not good. Go ahead, read.
I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes.
I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. Go ahead.
I hate the work of them that turn aside.
You see that? You see that? Right? To set means to direct with fixed attention, which means we have to watch. Be careful of the things that we are attentive to. Be careful of the things that we are watching with our eyes. Right? He said, I hate the work of them that turn aside. It shall not cleave to me. So if I hate the work of people that has turned away from God, you think they're going to be walking with them? No, I got to put a distance between me and you. And guess the thing is that the Lord don't have no friends, and no relatives, no kinfolks, no none of that. That's it. Go ahead, read.
I hate the work of them that turn aside. It shall not cleave to me.
It shall not cleave to me.
A froward heart shall depart from me.
A froward heart shall depart from me.
I will not know a wicked person.
I will not know a wicked person. Now, to know means to be aware of. There's three things, right? To be aware of through what? Observation, inquiry, and information. Observation, inquiry, and information. Those are the three things, right? He said a froward heart, right? Froward means crooked. Deviating from rectitude. To deviate means to turn aside from the things that is lawful and right by God. Right? He said, I will not know a wicked person. And the Hebrew says, I will not know evil. So I will not know evil. Tamshi.
Whoso privately slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off.
Whoso privately slander his neighbor. Slander is defamation of character. Slander is to make a false or damaging statement about a person. You said something about the person and it ain't true. You don't have no facts about what you said about this guy here. Read.
Him will I cut off.
Him
that had the high look and a proud heart will not I suffer.
Him that had a high look and a proud heart will not I suffer. Tamshi.
Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me. He that walketh.
Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land. That what?
That they may dwell with me.
That they may dwell with me. Hold that right there. No, Abraham was the definition of faithful. The utmost faithfulness in God was shown through Abraham. Right? Stay where you at. Now I want to go to Nehemiah chapter 9. He said, now in the 24th day of this month, the children of Israel were assembled with fasting and with sackcloth and earth upon them. That goes hand in hand. Anytime they fast, they had on sackcloth. I only know one man that went out and said, man, I'm going to get me some sackcloth. He said, next, he said, I'm going to up it up. I'm going to enroll myself with sackcloth. He said, it said, and the seed of Israel separated themselves from all strangers. The word from strangers is nakri. Nakri is what? Aliens, foreigners. They separated themselves, right? And stood and confessed their sins and the iniquities of their fathers, and they stood up in their place and read in the book of the law, their God, 1/4 part of the day, and another 4th part they confessed and worshiped the Lord their God. I'm gonna skip down to verse 6. He said, thou, even thou, art alone, art Lord alone. There ain't nobody with God. God don't have a wife. You know who need wives? Need women and have children? Flesh. Mortal flesh. God is not. He said, I'm the God of the spirits of all flesh, which means God is a spirit. He ain't no man and no woman. Is God a man? Is he a woman? Okay. Now, he said, thou, even thou, O Lord alone, thou hast made the heavens of heavens with all their hosts. There's also levels when you go in the book. When you're in the heavens, there's levels in the heavens, right? And all the things that they're in, the seas and all that they're in. And thou preservest them all. And the host of heaven worship thee. Thou art the Lord, the God, who didst choose Abram and brought us him out of Ur of the Chaldees and gave us him the name Abraham and found us his heart faithful before thee. Now, what is faithful? Faithful is allegiance to duty or a person. Now, your allegiance, there's levels in which to tell you where your allegiance is to. Man's allegiance is to God and their parents. That's man's allegiance. If I get married, my wife's allegiance is to me. It's to me. It's to her husband.
That's right.
That's where your allegiance is at.
That's right.
Okay? The children's allegiance is to the parents.
That's right.
That's the setup that God has.
Mm-hmm.
I can't speak nothing else.
That's right.
My allegiance is to God. My wife's allegiance or the woman's allegiance is to the woman. If she ain't married, then her allegiance is to her parents. If she's married, then her allegiance is to her husband. That's it. Notice that I ain't say the husband's allegiance is to his wife.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not how it's written. And that's not the setup that God has. The husband's allegiance is to God. Why people don't agree with that? Because you have a Western mentality.
That's right.
American mentality.
That's right.
And you think like an American.
That's right.
That's why in order to serve God, I got to change the way I think.
That's right.
To become suitable or to become compared or to be holy like unto God.
That's
God
right.
said, he said, thou shalt be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to acquire these type of thoughts, I got to read the book.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back to Psalms 101. Psalms 101.
Okay.
Psalms 101, verse 6. He said, mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land. Faithful, again, is also conscientious. All right? Now, we're going to go into a little bit of what is conscientious. See, people get tight and say, oh, why do you keep saying the same thing? How did you say the same thing over and over? Well, you ain't doing it.
Right.
God said to read the book repetitively. Read it every day.
So you go see, hear it.
So I read it already, so read it again.
That's right. That's
I read it 2 times, read it a 3rd time. Keep reading it. Don't ever
That's
stop.
That's right.
Because you're never going to get this one time. You know, people read the book one time and don't want to go back to it again. I read it again, I read it over. But you watch their favorite movie over and over. I done saw the episode of Martin 1,000,000 times. Are you watching it again? Next week, 2 months, you're watching the same movie that I saw 2 years later.
And you're going to the same.
But you only want to read the book one time. Don't that tell you something about yourself?
You go to the same place every day.
The word is mishneh, means repetitively.
That's right.
Study by oral repetition.
Right.
That's the only way you're going to get the severity and the importance of that. I got to do this over and over so that it can grow upon me.
That's right.
Because when it becomes a practice, anything that you practice, it becomes what?
Perfect.
Perfect and what? Habitual.
It's a habit now.
It becomes a habit now.
You do it naturally.
So because I've been doing it so long, I've been doing it so much that it becomes habitual. That's why we have habits that is opposite to what God says.
Right.
We have habits that we need to change within ourselves. Well, this is the way I am, but you need to change that.
Okay.
There's certain things that we need to break ourselves from.
That's right.
Now, Job, this was a man in the land of Uz, whose name was Job. And the man was what? Perfect. He was perfect and upright, and one that feared God and eschewed evil. What is upright? Upright means moral rectitude. Right? Upright also is conscientious. Conscientious person has a conscience. You're going to start making, number one, amends with God. When a person has a conscience, you make, number one, you're going to make amends with God. Okay? To have a conscience, the feeling of obligations to make right that which was done wrong. So the upright man will consider his faults and acknowledge that what I done was wrong. An upright man would acknowledge his faults and tell himself, say, wait a minute, I shouldn't have done that. I was out of place. He will consider his faults. That's the ways of an upright man that's pursuing God. That's the only way you can do God's law. You got to have a conscience. You got to acknowledge your fault with God. If you can't acknowledge your fault with God, then you ain't going to do better. You'll never be upright. You'll never do good. And in acknowledging your fault with God, I'll be able to acknowledge my fault with you, with man.
It goes over.
goes all around.
That's what makes you complete.
That's what makes you complete, whole, like Joshua and Caleb.
That's correct.
Right? It says, he eschewed evil, perfect and upright, and one that feared God and eschewed evil. Right? I'm going to skip all that. Go to verse 6. Right?
Verse 6.
No, I got it. Go ahead, read it.
Now there was a day when the sons of God
Now,
came
there
to
was a
present
day
themselves.
when the sons of God
Came
okay?
to present themselves.
Now, B'nai Elohim,
Make it clear. Make this clear.
right?
That's the real SOG.
B'nai Elohim.
Real SOG.
When you read in Genesis 6, it says B'nai Elohim. Right? There's certain names that we can't take to ourselves.
Say it again. Say it again.
There's certain names that we can't say. I can't call myself sons of God. When God said B'nai Elohim, he was talking about the angels. Angels, B'nai Elohim, and that was the same clarification, same thing that Genesis said in Genesis 6. He said B'nai Elohim. But people say, oh, it wasn't angels. It was man. No, it wasn't man. Those was angels, evil angels that came down
From heaven.
from heaven.
No man gonna come down here.
And it said that. Right? It said, now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord. Right? Because God had roll call in the heavens. Yeah. He said the hosts. He's the hosts. Give glory to the Most High. He said it was a certain time where one section of angels said, Kwadosh, 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 El Shaddai Zebaoth. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. Melokal Ha'adis Kabolo, whose glory fills the whole earth. And they chant that in the heavens towards God. That's a constant chant.
That doesn't stop.
It doesn't stop.
It doesn't stop.
You hear that?
That's been going on for millions of years. That's right.
So he said the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them. You know what Satan means? In the Hebrew, it says Shatan. Shatan, or Satan, it means to be an adversary. I'm going to dig into that word first. Adversary, the accuser, or to accuse. Satan accused you without you even committing it.
He did it to Job.
He did it to Job.
Yes.
That's what the devil does. Accuse you without you even committing the act. Why? Because there's already voiced with God that, hey, I could get this guy to do this. Yeah, I could get him to do that. Watch. Watch this. You put it before you, and you end up falling. So adverse or adversary means what? To contend with. To be against.
God.
Yes, that's who he contended with. He's contending with God.
One-on-one.
To oppose. To oppose means to be opposite. Right? To contend means to argue, to resist, to withstand the force. To accuse means to charge with a fault or offense, or to blame. That's what the adversary does. The adversary is always at work, blaming the one that is innocent. I'm innocent of this matter. Job was innocent in that matter, but he blamed him and said, I bet you he'll curse you. Bet you. Go ahead, read.
And the Lord said unto Satan, whence comest thou?
He said, where you coming from?
Then Satan answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro
From
in the
going
earth,
to and fro on the earth.
and from walking up and down.
Walking up and down in it.
The Lord said unto Satan, hast thou considered my servant Job?
Hast thou considered my servant Job? The word for considered is samta. Shin mem tau. It means to estimate. It means to value. He said, did you evaluate him? Did you see the value in this man? You see his worth? what made him worthy or why he's worthy before me. Why was Job worthy? Why was God looking at Job as a worthy man? Because he turned away from the things that is unlawful by God. That's what made him worthy before the Creator. We can be worthy. Don't belittle yourselves, man. I'm wicked. No. No. Why do we keep calling ourselves wicked? Because all you doing is, listen, that's why God said. We ever realize why God said read the Lord every day? Okay, say it again, brother. It has an effect on your spirit. The same way reading the Lord has an effect on your spirit is the same way when you say negative things against yourself will affect your spirit and you're going to act according. Okay. Stop telling yourself you're wicked because you're going to be wicked. Okay. I ain't wicked. I'm pursuing after righteousness. Right. I'm pursuing after what God says. Then only then you will begin to pursue these things. Then and only then you will show these things. Because that's what you're telling yourself. You're feeding your spirit positive things. People say negative energy, positive energy. That's what negative and positive energy is. Now, he said, did you evaluate him? Do you esteem him? It's called general worth. Value is degree of excellence. You know what a degree is? Stages. There's stages and degrees in righteousness. There's stages and degrees in wickedness. There's stages in righteousness. And when you reach a certain stage, you start hearing voices. God start coming to you in dreams. Start talking to you. Things start moving you in a certain way, in a certain path.
And then you reach to the level where God snatched you up.
Then you reach in the level. Right. Then you reach in the level or stage in excellence and righteousness where God says, "Whoop, it's time to go."
He has accomplished his mission.
The same thing with righteousness, the same thing with wickedness. When your cup run over in wickedness, he said, "What?"
Solomon, he said, "Why should you die before your time?"
Die before your time.
He
said, "Look, once your cup run over and you reach this level, it's time to go." He surpassed levels. That's why God looked at Ezra and said, "Man, you have surpassed all men on the earth." He said, "Man, you can't live here no more. I got to take you out of here. You have surpassed."
He crashed the party.
Ezra surpassed that.
He crashed.
That's right. He crashed the party.
He
accomplished a mission because we all have a mission on this earth to accomplish. My mission ain't the same as yours. And your mission is not the same as mine. The only way our mission will become as one if we are pursuing
the same
God. We got to be pursuing the same exact thing. Right? It says estimate. To appraise. To appraise means to evaluate the value or the quality of. He said, "Do you see how worthy this man is? What made him worthy? What made Job worthy was because he eschewed evil. He turned away from the things that was unlawful by God." Go back to Psalms 101. What verse was that? We was at? 6. Verse 6. Psalms 101, verse 6.
Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful.
Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land,
that they may dwell with me.
That they may dwell with me. Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land. Those are the people that have drawn the attention of God towards them. I told you there's a way to draw God's attention towards you. Number one, by being faithful. Number one, by having a conscience. Number one, by being upright. These are the things that cause God attention to turn towards Job. Go ahead, read.
Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me.
That they may dwell with me. Read.
He that walketh in a perfect way.
He that walketh in a perfect way.
He shall serve me.
He shall serve me. Read.
He that walketh
in a perfect way. right? The word perfect is tam. It means perfect. It means complete. It means whole. It means innocent. It means simple. People look at simple and say, simple. Simple, you know who was simple? Adam and Eve was simple. Why I say that? Because they were naive. They didn't know right from wrong. They didn't know. That's why the Most High is against. In the Psalms, he said, I will not know a wicked person. In the Hebrew, it says, I will not know evil. David didn't even want to be aware of what is evil. I don't want to know evilness. I don't want to know none of that.
That's right.
I don't want to hear all that stuff. David didn't even want to hear it. All right? So, whole, a person in his full nature includes to be whole. Understand the definition of how to be whole and complete with God. A person in his full nature includes ways of thinking, ways of feeling, and ways of acting. Actions, feelings, and thoughts. All this, we read about it in the book. Because what God said, forward thoughts separates from God. Forward thoughts are thoughts that is against what God says. And this is why when people voice certain things that is against or contrary from what God says, I start to get goosebumps and hey, what you say? Don't say that.
You scared for that?
I get scared for that person. I said, man, don't say that. Because certain things we say put a distance in the wedge between you and God. Your feelings, I gotta feel how God feels. I have to train myself to feel how God feels. Not my own feelings. Not how I feel. How I feel and how you feel don't count. It don't matter. And that's what we need to start telling ourselves, man. How you feel don't count, partner. How I feel don't count. It's how God feels about this situation. And your actions, the things that you do, that is opposite to what God says. Go ahead. Huh?
That's right. I said the opposite against the law.
That's right.
That's right.
Tom She.
Verse 7. He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within
He
my
that
house.
worketh deceit. He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. Which means a liar will never be accepted by God. And that's why you hear the man say, he said, I don't lie.
No, man. I ain't never seen it.
That's what he said. And why he had this type of mentality, because he was in that determination, because he was already accepted. So there's certain things that you're going to take onto yourself automatically because you are already accepted in this life.
That's right.
You was already accepted in this life by God. So now you're going to take on certain things upon yourselves not to do automatically.
That's right.
That's why you say, I don't lie.
That's right.
If I don't want to tell you, I just say, I don't want to tell you. I keep it a buck.
And he spoke the truth in his heart.
I speak the truth in my heart.
Yeah.
I tell you what it is. Whether you like it, you want to get angry, hey, be angry. But I'm going to tell you what it is. Only saints and people that is accepted of God will acquire these things. He said, he that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house.
He that telleth lies shall not tarry.
He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight. Hold on. Right? He that telleth lies, law yikon. Yikon means he that telleth lies will not be prepared. He that telleth lies will not be firm. Okay? He that telleth lies will not be established. To be established means to be set up on a firm basis. To be set up on a firm or permanent basis. When you're set up on a firm or permanent basis, what's that? You're set. That's the law. The law is what grounds you. The law is what sets you up. The law is what have you permanent. The law is what have you grounded. Okay? Stability. When you're firm and prepared, you gain full recognition or acceptance by God. God accepts you immediately. Full acceptance.
Recognize you off the bat.
He recognized you immediately. Immediately. Oh, look at this guy. This guy is firm. He said, nah, I got to snatch him. This is mine. He with me. Everybody don't have that. Everybody is not firm, and that's what made him firm. He said a liar will not be firm. Stop lying and you'll be firm and permanent, and you'll gain full recognition with God. Because God said he hates liars. And a liar will not tarry in my sight. A liar will not be firm. Go ahead.
Verse 8. I will early destroy all the wicked of the land.
I will early destroy all the wicked of the land.
That I may cut off all wicked doers from the city of the Lord.
Okay. Cut that and go to the Apocrypha. No. Go to Proverbs 11. No, go to Apocrypha. Go to Apocrypha and then Proverbs 11. Go to Apocrypha, Ecclesiasticus. No. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14. See, we got to realize something. Once we are firm and we show that firmness with God, then and only then we are able to resist the external forces. What is external forces? The external forces is the outside force. The outside force that is opposite and against and adverse to what God says. That's the outside force. That's the outside force. Go ahead. You got it?
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14.
Now, it says, I hate the work of them that turn aside, it shall not cleave to me. You know what cleave means? It means to have a strong emotional attachment. We become emotionally attached to the things that God hates. And you know how many people I done told, I said, hey, man, I said, you shouldn't be wearing Nikes, man. That thing there is a symbol. It's compared to a cross called the Pegasus, the Greek goddess. But we grow attached to these things. There's other things to put on. And then we bring it in our house. You might as well let a person with a cross in your house.
That's right.
Right? Attached.
That's right.
Means to bind by personal ties, to associate oneself. Go ahead, Tom Sheep. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14. Wisdom of Apocrypha. Go ahead, read, brother.
Again, one preparing himself to sail.
One preparing himself to sail. Right? Go ahead, read.
And about to pass through the raging waves.
Tom Sheep.
Calleth upon a piece of wood, more rotten than the vessel that carrieth him.
More rotten than the vessel that carrieth him.
You dumb?
Okay.
People start praying to things that has no life. It can't help you because people pray to it. They pray to it and they pray to it. You don't notice why God never allowed people to envision him at the mount, because people would have made an image. They would have started making images of God, and then we would have been praying to the image.
To the image, not God.
Not God.
The picture itself.
That's right.
And the statue.
That's right. Go ahead, read.
For verily desire of gain devised that, and the workman built it by his skill. But by the providence, O Father, governeth it. But thou hast made a way in the sea and a safe path in the waves. Showing that thou canst save from all danger. Yea.
Showing that thou can save from all danger. Talking about God. He said, God. He said, read.
Yea, though a man went to sea without ark. Nevertheless, thou wouldest not that the works of thy wisdom.
What verse you at?
Verse 5.
All right, go ahead.
Nevertheless, thou wouldest not that the works of thy wisdom should be idle.
The works of your wisdom is idle. The things that I done was idle as for no avail. Go ahead, read.
And therefore do men commit their lives to a small piece of wood.
Say that again.
And therefore do men commit their lives.
And therefore do men commit themselves
to a small piece of
to a
wood.
piece of wood. Read.
And passing the rough sea in a weak vessel.
Passing the rough sea in a weak vessel. Read.
For in the old time also, when the proud giants perished.
For in old times, when the proud giants perished. You know when that happened? It's in Genesis 6. When the evil angels came down and went into the daughters of men, and they had Nephilim. It also means the fallen ones. Go ahead, read.
But nevertheless, thou wouldest not that the works of thy wisdom should be idle, and therefore men commit their lives to a small piece of wood, and passing the rough sea in a weak vessel are saved. For in the old time also, when the
passing the rough sea in a weak vessel, you still saved. Even though you commit yourself to this deity or to this idol, God still saved you. Go ahead. And we give us praises to deities and idols, but God is the one that saved you, the creator. Read.
For in the old time also, when the proud giants perished, the hope of the world governed by thy hand escaped in a weak vessel and left to all ages a seed of generation.
That's when God delivered Noah. When Noah made that ark. A weak vessel again.
Right, I got it.
Put everybody in that vessel.
But he held that weak vessel, held everybody. God
everybody. That's right. That's right.
Naturally, they ain't supposed to survive.
No.
And left to all ages a seed of generation. For blessed is the wood whereby righteousness cometh.
Blessed is the wood where righteousness cometh. Why I said blessed is the wood where righteousness cometh? Because I take the wood, I can make fire to cook. I take wood, I can build house. I could do certain things that is good with the wood. Go ahead, read.
But that which is made with hands is cursed.
But that which is made with the hands is cursed.
As well it as he that made it.
As he that made it.
And the invention.
Now, we ain't making it no more. Because we don't have the knowledge to make it, but we buy it. So now, with things that we buy and we take to ourselves, we become cursed. Just like that. Just like the thing that we done took to ourselves. Right?
That which is made with hands is cursed, as well as he that made it.
That which is made with hands is cursed, as well as he that made it. Read.
He, because he made it.
He, because he made it.
And it.
And it.
Because being corruptible, it was called God.
Being corruptible was called God.
For the ungodly and his ungodliness are both alike.
For the ungodly and his ungodliness are what?
Are both alike hateful unto God. For that which
for the ungodly and his ungodliness are both alike hateful unto God. We read the book, and the book tells us what is ungodly. Who is ungodly? How you can tell if a person is ungodly. And how you can tell if a person is godly according to how they live their lives. Okay, go ahead, read.
For that which is made shall be punished together with him that made it. Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles.
Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles
shall there be a visitation.
Even upon the idols of the Gentiles, he said, I'm going to challenge them. I'm going to visit them. Read.
Because in the creature of God, they are become an abomination. And stumbling blocks to the souls of men, and a snare to the feet of the unwise. For the devising of idols was the beginning of spiritual fornication.
For the devising of idols was the beginning of spiritual fornication. Spiritual attachment. When we start dealing with deities and idols, we join our spirit towards these things, and we blemish our spirit towards these things. And then that puts a wedge between us getting towards God. Go ahead, read.
And the invention of them, the corruption of life. For neither were they from the beginning, neither shall they be forever.
He said they wasn't here in the beginning. He said, neither they're going to be in the end. He said, man, I'm God and I live alone. He said, I'm alone. He said, There was nobody with me during the creation. He said it was me alone.
That's right.
He said, I separated the heavens. I split the heavens and separated the darkness and brought light and did all this alone.
That's right.
Was,
Because
will be, was, who is, and
and
who
will
will
be
be.
in glory. Go ahead, read.
For by thy vain glory of men they entered into the world, and therefore shall they come shortly to an end.
Tom sheet.
For
Okay.
father
For a father
afflicted with time
afflicted with untimely mourning. A father afflicted with untimely mourning. Right? He's crying. He's crying. He's crying. It's crying. He's crying. We're going to find out where this untimely mourning is coming from. Go ahead, read.
When he had made an image
He
of
made
his
an
child,
image of who?
of his child,
Of his child.
soon
He made an image of his child. Okay? Go ahead, read.
soon taken
He
away.
died. So the child died. He goes and make an image of the dead child. Go ahead, read. A replica, an image, read.
Now honored him as a god.
Now, where's the honor at? When you make that image. Once you make that image of this dead child, there goes you. He said those are actions of honoring him as a god. He said now honors him as a god. Read.
Which was then a dead man.
Which was then a dead man. Read.
And delivered to those
Them replicas, man.
Delivered to those
that were under him ceremonies
and what?
But not
and
see.
And
sacrifices.
sacrifices.
Replicas.
And that's why we stayed away from funerals. Has there any funeral arrangement? No funeral arrangement. All we're gonna do is take them from here, from the morgue, and we bury them. There's no funeral arrangement because all the sitting up and voicing how the person was, our forefathers ain't do that. That's all a part of the
dead.
That's all a part of the ceremonies and the sacrifices
to the
of the
dead.
I ain't having
dead.
this. I ain't having this.
Okay? Go ahead.
Thus, in process of time,
Now listen, thus in process of time,
an ungodly custom
an ungodly custom
grown strong
grown strong
was kept as a law.
and was kept as a law. So people look at us like you weird. You didn't have a funeral?
Yeah.
Are you having a wake? Are you having this? Well, we ain't having none of that. And they look at you as weird. No, I ain't weird.
We Asian.
I ain't weird.
Your facts.
We buried our father the way our forefathers was buried in this book.
Yeah. How Jacob and
That's
Esau met up and did they fall.
That's it. Met up, he died.
They met up and they buried
took
him.
him, buried him. They didn't have a host of people coming around. No. They called 2-3 people.
They
All
ain't
their
take his
sons.
picture and
Buried
paraded.
him. No.
Nigga wasn't around for 5 years, won't parade his picture.
No. That's not what I read in the book. It's very easy,
Fake
man.
love.
God gave us the standards. The standards to follow. Read it and follow it. That's it. We make it hard by wanting to add on this. And then people say, oh, you having a repass? No, we ain't having no repass. No one don't come to my house bringing no food. I don't want your food. We ain't having no repass. We cooked for the ones that went. We had to eat. We was hungry. That was it. That's it. Go ahead.
And graven images were worshipped by the commandments of kings, whom men could not honor in presence because they dwelt far off. They took the counterfeit.
He said, whom men could not honor in presence because they dwelt afar off. They took what?
The counterfeit
Of his visage from far.
And made an express image of a king whom they honored. To the end that by this, their forwardness, they might flatter him that was absent as if he were present.
See? That's the reason why they made the images. He was not here no more. So they made the image so that they could flatter him as if he was here. But he wasn't here. He's dead.
It's not him.
It's not him. Tom Sheet.
Also, the singular diligence of the artificer did help to set forward the ignorant to more superstition. For he, peradventure, willing to please one another.
Those were stupid. All that, what we're reading about, funerals, and those were all had to do with superstition acts. Stupid superstition. It was a meaning with these funerals and all these and wakes and all that We just don't know, and I didn't dig into the meaning of all these things, but it was everything that people did with the dead bodies. It was superstitious. Has to do with still superstition.
Come out of the Egyptian book of the dead.
Comes out of the Egyptian book of the dead.
All them ceremonies.
The Egyptian, all these things here came from Egyptians.
Okay.
That's why you had the living room.
That's what the living.
That's what the
Where
dead.
the living room,
Right.
and the living room only inhabits dead people
And they
in
live
coffins
on. They
or
live
mummified
on.
them. They mummified them, embalmed them, and they put them in the living room.
That's why it's called living
That's
room.
right.
They live in
That's right.
images.
That's right. Go to verse 23.
For whilst they slew their children in sacrifices,
He said, for a while they slew their children and sacrifices, read,
or used secret ceremonies,
or secret ceremonies,
or made revelings of strange
they
rites,
made revilings of strange rites,
strange rituals.
strange rituals. Tom,
They
see?
kept neither lives nor marriages any longer undefiled.
They didn't keep lives nor marriages no longer undefiled. How do you undefile? How you defile marriages? In adultery. Adultery. The woman is married. The man is married. The man comes sneaking around with the man's wife. God said the woman and the man shall die. That wasn't no light thing before God. You got to be a man of David. You got to be the man of David for God to look at you and say, man, don't worry about that. Man, your iniquities hasn't been erased. God erased his iniquities because his sin and what he did because of his status.
Yeah, status with God.
His status with God. Nobody here has the status of David.
That's why Joseph ran.
That's right. That's right. Joseph ran from that
So
woman.
I can't sit.
The woman wanted to sleep with him. He's in Potiphar's house doing his duty. The man's wife snatched him by his robe, and he was able to get out of it and ran. She takes the man's robe, tell him, man, you brought a Hebrew here to mock us.
Yeah, I don't think that was the first dude she did that to. She probably was doing that to all the dudes. Yeah, but he should have been.
That's how they got that. That's how they got that.
Yeah.
Because Potiphar probably was old and you know what I'm saying? She like, I want these young men.
They get with all their servants. They get with all their servants.
You're the only one that didn't do it.
Like a monarch before them.
They kept neither lives nor marriages any longer undefiled, but either one slew another
treacherously,
or grieved him by adultery, so that there reigned in all men without exception
blood,
manslaughter,
theft,
and dissimulation.
Dissimulation means to hide under a false appearance, concealment of one's thoughts, feelings, or character. When you hide who you really is. You front, you're an imposter.
Capping.
Corruption.
Corruption is when is departure from the original or from what is pure and correct by God. That's when we corrupt ourselves. We have corrupted the law. We corrupt ourselves. Go ahead, read.
Unfaithfulness.
Unfaithfulness. Read.
Tumults.
You know what a tumult is? A loud, confused noise, especially one caused by a large mass of people. You go outside and people is riding.
Right. Rally.
No women, no peace. No women, no peace. I'm not joining that rally. Go ahead and rally themselves. I'm staying to myself. Go ahead, read.
Perjury.
The voluntary violation of an oath. When you violate an oath or a vow, either by swearing to what is untrue or by omission to what was promised under an oath. That was important and that was held before God, held before man. When they voiced something out their mouth, they didn't go against those things. Go ahead, read.
Disquieting of good men.
Disquieting of good men. Of what?
Of good men.
Uh-huh.
Forgetfulness of good terms.
Disquieting of good Of who? Of good men. Disquieting of good men is when you disturb the peace between men, between good men. Someone instigates or causing problem between men, stirring up strife, stirring up stuff, starting problems. These are things, these are traits that God is against. These are things that will push you further and further away from God. Go ahead.
Forgetfulness of good terms.
Forgetfulness of good terms. Now, what is forgetfulness of good terms? I done did you good. I did you good. But you forgot that I did you good. And you returned me evil.
Okay.
You did me evil. But all I did was do you good. Go ahead.
Defiling of souls.
Defiling of souls. God told us certain things to stay away from. Your soul is what? Your spirit. Spiritual. When you're dealing with these idols and deities, you defile your soul. You defile your spirit. When you don't wash these uncleannesses off, you go through the cleanliness law, you don't wash, you defile your spirit. That's right. Go ahead.
Changing of kind.
Changing of kind. You know what changing of kind is? Man want to be a woman. And the woman want to be men. That's changing of kind. And you can't argue and go against what the book says. Changing of kind is when a man want to be a woman. And when a woman wants to be a man. I don't got to accept that.
No.
And you can't make me accept that because God is against it.
That's right.
So if God is against it, we got to be against it.
That's right.
Yeah, God gave us a choice.
Homophobic if you want.
Everybody can have a choice. You want to be a woman? Go ahead, be a woman, but stay away from me with that.
That's right.
Stay away from me with that. You want to be a man? You go ahead, but stay away from me with that.
Don't expect me to accept it.
Don't look for me to accept it.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Disorder in marriages.
Disorder in marriages. You know what caused disorder? You know what caused disorder in marriages?
What?
Because number one,
What?
God told Eve, he said, allow him to rule you. When you don't allow your husband to rule and take charge, then guess what? That's what's going to cause the disorder.
That's right.
Now, in the book, in the book, it says it too. He said, a man shouldn't be a tyrant in his own house.
That's right.
And I'm not talking about that.
That's right.
Of course, by all means, don't be a tyrant. But the rule that God is emphasizing on is when you command your household after you to serve God. That's the ruling.
That's not being a tyrant.
That's not being a tyrant.
No, it's not.
That's the ruling. So whatever God, the laws that God has set, I have to put my foot down in my household.
That's it.
And they too
Right.
must follow. That's the
right.
rulership that God is talking about.
That's right.
That's why God looked at Eve and said, man, you need a man over you. Woman, he said, man, allow him to rule you.
That's right.
Because you done went, got beguiled by this serpent, and allowed this serpent to put suggestions and put thoughts in your head, and you desired those things that the serpent told you, and then you begin to desire that tree that God told you to stay away from. He said, don't eat from it and don't touch it. And the day that you eat from it or touch it, he said, thou shalt surely die. But that's right. He increased her desire in her. The desire in her. So now she's looking at it, and she desired to be like who? Of God. What was that? When you become a God, you know both sides. I know good and evil. But guess what? Even God gave Adam and Eve a choice. He gave them a command.
He told him,
He said, don't eat from it, and he stepped off. Then and only then God will know what you choose. God gave all of us a choice.
The whole time, they didn't choose it. They've been eating, chilling.
Eating everything else except for that tree. Except that. Until that serpent came in. Put it in their head. And said, man, if you eat it, you're going to be like God. Knowing good and evil. And that's, now notice, the serpent didn't go to Adam. Because Adam, the serpent knew he couldn't break Adam. Adam gonna look at the serpent. What? Man, God said, don't eat from it. He said, the day that you eat from it, I ain't gonna die. And he knew that he couldn't persuade or push Adam towards that. That's what it said, woman. She's the weaker part of me. I'm her strength. I am your strength, Isha. I am your strength, my wifey. I'm your strength in God. My strength is in God. I gotta keep strengthening myself in God, and you, in seeing my strength, you will get strong and strengthen yourself. Go ahead.
Disorder in marriages, adultery, and shameless uncleanness.
Shameless uncleanness.
For the worshiping of idols.
For the worshiping of idols is what?
For the worshiping of idols not to be named is the beginning, the cause, and the end of
is
all
the beginning, evil. The cause, and the what?
And the end of all evil.
All evil.
For either they are mad when they be buried, or prophesy lies, or live unjustly, or else lightly forswear themselves. For insomuch as their trust is in idols, which have no life, though they swear falsely, yet they look not to be.
Go to Proverbs chapter 11.
Let's go. Let's go.
Proverbs chapter 11.
A false balance is abomination to the Lord.
A false balance is an abomination before God. A balance,
just wait.
A means of judging or deciding. Right? It also is a just weight, just balance, even scale. Just balance when you're selling certain things. Make sure your things that you're selling is according to what the person is buying.
That's right.
Right.
The price. That's right.
Don't give me a high price.
Tamshi.
But a just weight is his delight.
Just weight is his delight, Tamshi.
When pride cometh, then cometh shame.
When pride cometh, then cometh shame. Okay? Now, go ahead. Where you at? Verse what?
Verse 2.
When pride cometh, then cometh shame. What is shame? What do you mean? What is shame? What is shame? Shame, a painful feeling of humiliation or distress caused by the consciousness of one's wrongdoings. Only a person that has accepted his fault is going to feel that shame. It's going to be ashamed, that guilt of what they done when they did something wrong. Read.
When pride cometh, then cometh shame, but with the lowly is wisdom.
With the lowly is wisdom. He said, right? In the Hebrew, it means modest. In the Hebrew, it means modest. That's verse 2.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? Lowly. The word lowly is zenuim. It means modest or chaste. With the modest is what?
It's wisdom.
It's wisdom. What is modest? Humble, chaste, placing a moderate estimate on one's ability. That's humbleness. A person that places very little estimation on himself, he's humble and he's not proud. A person that's pride and have a lot of pride, he's proud-hearted, he's gonna big himself up. Right? Right? Reminds me of how Moses was. Right? Reminds me of how Moses was. He put a very low estimate on his ability. God told him, he said, "Look, I'm going to send you to Egypt, and I want you to say this to Pharaoh." He said, "Oh, my, did I need to go? I can't go to Pharaoh." He said, "I got a heavy tongue." God kept telling him, "Listen, go." He kept saying it, and God got angry at him. That quick. He said, "All right,
I'm saying Aaron.
He said,
Aaron is
there go your
on
brother right there,
He ain't
Aaron.
got no excuse. He could talk.
He said, Aaron coming. He
God said
can
he could
talk. He's good. He
He
don't
gonna
got no
talk.
heavy tongue.
He gonna
And guess
talk.
what? You know what the thing he said?
Uh-huh.
He said he gonna be happy in his
He
heart
gonna
to
be
see
happy to
you.
see you.
He gonna be happy in his heart to see you. Right?
He said Aaron could talk. All right.
Uh-huh.
He got nothing to say about it.
Now, modest also is observing the propriety of dress and behavior. Your dress and behavior must be socially accepted by God. Right? Chaste, innocent of unlawful sexual intercourse,
Like Chelsea.
pure in thought and actions, innocent of unlawful sexual intercourse,
Where chastity come from?
which means our forefathers only had sexual intercourse with their wife or a concubine. That's it. If she wasn't my wife or if she wasn't my concubine, I didn't go into her. They left her alone. Chaste also means pure in thoughts and actions. Your thoughts got to be pure with God. Right? Go ahead, read.
The integrity of the upright shall guide them.
The integrity of the upright shall guide them. Integrity means you live in accordance in your deepest values. Right? It's a highly valued trait in leaders. In leaders, not everybody has integrity.
Right.
Only a leader or a head has that value. Right? Right? It's, our values are individual beliefs that motivates people to act one way or another. Your values guides you. Is what you are raised with. Your principles. Your parents raise you with values. He said, don't ever do this. Those are separate laws that you will never read here, but these are the laws of your parents that they don't reiterated and told you.
She don't like when you spit out window.
Yeah.
I be in my crib and I don't spit out my window in my crib.
Right. She don't like that. So it's up to you to say, well, those are values that you was raised with and principles that you was raised with from your parents.
I know. That's right.
And it's up to you to follow it or go against it. Go ahead, read.
But the perverseness of transgressors shall destroy them. Riches profit not in the day of wrath.
Riches profit not in the day of wrath. Riches ain't going to deliver you in the day of wrath. He said, but righteousness deliver it from death. The only thing that will deliver you is righteousness. He said, riches and wisdom is neck to neck. It's a defense. They both are defense. He said, but the excellency of wisdom is that it delivers you from death. That's the only thing that wisdom has over riches. Read.
The righteousness of the perfect shall direct his way.
The righteousness of the who? Of the perfect shall direct his way. Your own righteousness will direct you. Your own righteousness will direct you in the same way the wickedness that I've done in my life, it will direct me also.
But the wicked shall fail by his own wickedness.
The wicked shall what?
Fail.
Shall fail
by his own wickedness.
By his own wickedness. What verse is that?
5.
5. Okay, time sheet.
Verse 6. The righteousness of the upright shall deliver them, but transgressors shall be taken in their own naughtiness.
The righteousness of the upright shall deliver them, but transgressors shall be taken in their own naughtiness. The word for naughty is hawa. It means lust, mischief, destruction. Right? Now, go ahead, read. Transgressors, sinners is going to be taken by their own lust, by their own mischief, by their own destruction. Time sheet.
When a wicked man dieth, his expectation shall perish.
When a wicked man dieth, his expectation is tiqwa, meaning his hope. His hope, his dreams, his hope, meaning what? To desire what is expected of or belief in fulfillment. The hope of the righteous is completely opposite from the hope of the wicked.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
That's right.
His expectation shall perish, and the hope of unjust men perisheth. The righteous is delivered out of trouble.
The righteous is what? Delivered out of trouble.
And the wicked cometh in his stead. A hypocrite with his mouth
A
destroyed his
hypocrite
neighbor.
with his mouth destroy his neighbor. Chanef. Chanef means profane or impious. Okay? Profane or impious. A profane person is not devoted to God.
Okay.
A profane person means the person is common.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
He's not devoted to God.
Okay.
In order to be not to be profane, I gotta show some type of devotion to God. And how do I show my devotion to God? By adhering to his laws, commandments, and statutes.
That's right.
Not swaying off to the right or to the left.
That's right.
Right? Impious means no respect for God or parents. No respect for God or parents. So I said this to myself. God left one so I could pick my honor up. So I could pick my honorability up. And what I didn't do before, I gotta pick that up.
That's right.
I gotta rev that up.
That's right.
Because those are the things that will save you with the Creator.
That's right.
Those are the things that will save you with God. Tom C.
But through knowledge shall the just be delivered.
Uh-huh.
Verse 10, when it goeth well with the righteous, the city rejoiceth. And when the
Now, he said, I will destroy, right? The hypocrite with his mouth destroy his neighbor. Right? The word for destroy is shakat. Right? A profane or impious person, that man will be destroyed. Shakat means destroy. It means corrupt. It means to fall to ruins. All right? It means corrupt, destroyed, or fall to ruins. So I'm going to dip into those definitions right now. And you read that in Jeremiah 13. To ruin means to be damaged irreparably. All right? What's the opposite of irreparably? Irreparably, to repair.
To repair.
And when you repair yourself, how do you repair yourself?
Better with God.
To betake oneself. To betake means to betake oneself, to return, to make good with God. To make good with the Most High. Right? To betake means to commit yourself. Go ahead, read.
But through knowledge shall the just be delivered.
Uh-huh.
When it goeth well with the righteous, the city rejoiceth.
He said, when it go well with the righteous, he said, the city rejoice. Of course. Because everybody gonna be treated righteously.
Justice.
It's gonna be justice.
That's right.
Ain't nobody bitter, and nobody gonna be talked wrong. Nobody getting screwed over because the nation is being ran by a just man. Read.
And when the wicked perish, there is shouting.
When the wicked perish, they're shouting. There's a ringing, there's a cry, there's an outcry. Tom Sheep.
By the blessing of the upright, the city is exalted.
Is exalted. Tom Sheep.
But it is overthrown by the mouth of the wicked.
Uh-huh.
He that is void of wisdom despiseth his neighbor.
He that is void of wisdom despises his neighbor. The word for void of wisdom is kasad lev. Kasad lev means he that lacks of heart. He that lacks a heart. He that lacks a heart despises his neighbor, hates his neighbor. Right? Now,
Who lacks a heart? Who lacks a heart?
who lacks a heart?
They don't do no law.
Don't do no law.
You don't do no law.
No law.
That's the heart.
Those are the ones that lacks a heart.
Get away from me.
Those are the ones that lack a heart.
Get away from me.
That's why God said, I'm going to replace the stony heart with a fleshy heart. Because these people refuse to consider who is God, refuse to consider my laws. Go ahead.
He that is void of wisdom despiseth his neighbor, but a man of understanding holdeth his peace.
A man of understanding holdeth his peace. Karish. Right? It means to devise or think. Read.
A talebearer revealeth secrets.
A talebearer, a slanderer. A slanderer is one that defames one's character. You voice things that is not true.
Right.
All right? You
Right.
voice things that's not true. That's
right.
not facts.
That's right.
Tamshi.
That's right.
But he that is of a faithful spirit concealeth the matter.
But he that has a faithful spirit conceal means to hide.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to reveal everything.
Right.
There's certain things that I need to stuck it in and leave it there.
Right.
There's certain things that I need to voice.
That's right.
But the wisdom that we have in us should tells us when
When to
we
do
need
it.
to
When to do
voice
it. When
it,
to do it.
when not to
Right.
do it,
That's
or
right.
when to do
Right.
it.
That's right.
If the law being violated, do it.
That's right.
Go crazy.
That's right.
That's right.
That's the because we can't conceal
Evilness.
punishment.
Or evil.
Not punishment, evil.
Iniquity.
Wickedness,
Iniquity.
We can't
Or your
conceal those
father's
things.
Commands.
Right. Or your parents, your mother's command.
Or your
We can't
mother's
conceal
commands.
those
That's
things.
right.
You gotta
That's
hide
right.
these things.
You gotta exactly.
I mean, we can't conceal these things.
Right. You gotta address it.
Right.
Gotta address it.
Right.
If your mother wants something done and you see it not being done, you address it.
That's right. Go ahead.
Where no counselor is, the people fail. But in the multitude of
Where no-
counselors,
Where no counsel is,
the people
what is
fail.
the counsel? Of guidance. Where no guidance is, where no direction is, a people fail. People fall. That's why within the nation, we need to have meetings. We had nation meetings, we had army meetings,
Yes, you did.
and we spoke about different things. Because if you don't iron out certain things, it grows.
Remember them
And
days.
it grows. And it grows, and then that's where the separation comes.
Uh-huh.
Because we didn't have a council. We didn't talk. Go ahead, read.
But in the multitude of counselors, there is safety.
In the multitude of counsel, there is safety. Tamshi.
He that is surety for a stranger shall smart for it.
Surety of a stranger. What is surety?
A vouch for it.
A person that take responsibility for another person's actions.
Vouch for it.
You vouch for him. I'm responsible for what you did. I take responsibility for you. I vouch for him. He's not that type of person. I'm sending him out.
Well, he's not going to do that.
Right. Or I could, there's certain things that you can vouch for a person of. He said, nah, I know Abraham and I know how he is, but that he didn't do. I know this person and I know how this person is, but I know he didn't do that. He didn't do that. Yeah, and they're all
Somebody
things.
tell me I saw Shama at the Labor Day parade.
Not me.
No.
I'm gonna be like, nah, you cat.
Hey,
Cat.
that's
I'm gonna
right.
say that's
Facts.
cat.
Right.
Cat.
Oh my
You know
God.
I ain't going out.
You got a better chance saying Bram.
You got a better chance saying that.
That's right.
Yo.
Right.
He,
Right.
15. He that is surety for a stranger shall smart for it, and he that hated with surety is sure.
Wow. Okay. Check this out.
Mm.
Ra Yeroah. Evil will beget evil.
That's the way it is.
Ra Yeroah. Evil will beget evil. You're evil. Why are you expecting something different from what you're involved in?
Right.
I'm already evil and wicked. But you're expecting something different.
That's true.
People look and say, oh, that wasn't wrong. Well, his hands called it to him. Or whatever she did, it called it to herself. Because whatever she did, he or she did, that was the reparation. That was the repayment. Okay? Ra ki arab zar we sone tokim vetoach. Right? Know what that means? It says senoach tokim voteach. It said the individual that blow the horn is hated and not trusted.
The one that won.
The one that warns, the one that blew the horn, the one that came and said, man,
Made it
don't
known.
do this, Baba, made it known. He said, they hate that person. They hate that person. Go ahead, read.
A gracious woman retaineth honor.
A gracious woman attaineth honor. A gracious woman attains honor. Now we got to really go into the word, what is gracious? These are the things that a woman needs to attain. It tells us the ways of man and what man needs to go after, and it tells us what woman needs to go after. Don't be a ravenous wolf. You're not a woman. Now you have stepped out the example of being a woman, and you have become a wolf. And by you becoming a wolf, makes the man have to become something greater than that wolf. I gotta be a lion. I gotta be a bear now. Okay? It says a gracious woman attaineth honor. What is gracious? Gracious means courteous. Gracious means to be kind. Gracious means to be pleasant. And this is why it's very important for man and woman to read the book, because you will read and see how the righteous woman and the righteous men was. And they set the ways, they set the path, how we should be to be accepted of God. Tom Sheep.
The merciful man doeth good to his own soul.
A gracious woman obtaineth honor, and strong men retain riches. The word for strong man is aritz. Aritz is the violent man. In the Hebrew, it says aritz. A violent man relies upon his riches. He don't rely upon God.
No.
He relies upon his riches. Go ahead.
The merciful man doeth good to his own soul.
The merciful man doeth good to his own soul. A person or a man that is merciful, he'll do good to himself. He'll do good to himself. Go ahead.
But he that is cruel,
troubleth
his own flesh.
Troubleth his own flesh. The word for cruel, it also means pernicious. Cruel, it means willfully causing pain or suffering to others, feeling no concern about it. Willfully, which means they didn't do no wrong.
Reason.
They didn't do nothing to receive this, to get this, to deserve this. Pernicious is a person that does irreparable harm through evil. So you do these things to people that doesn't deserve it. If they deserve it, okay, by all means, do what you do. But go ahead, read.
The wicked worketh a deceitful work.
The wicked worketh a deceitful work.
But to him that soweth righteousness shall be a sure reward. As righteousness tendeth to life, so he that pursueth evil pursueth it to his own death.
As righteousness tended to life, righteousness brings life. He said, but the ones that pursue evil, he ain't gonna never stop pursuing evil. He gonna continue to pursue evil until he dies. Go ahead.
They that are of a forward heart are an abomination to the
They
Lord.
that are of a forward heart are an abomination to God. When it speaks about the heart, it speaks about the thoughts. Forward thoughts are thoughts that is contrary and opposite to what God says. That's why, again, stop voicing things that is contrary and opposite from what we read.
That's right.
Watch your mouth
That's right.
when you say certain things.
That's right. That's right.
Most things that you want to say because of how you feel, you need to keep it to yourself.
That's right. That's right.
It's best to keep it to yourself because what you about to say is against what God says. It's contrary to his laws. So you know what? It's best to keep certain things to yourself. Well, I wasn't raised this way, and I'm not trying to accept this and all this foolishness. Okay, you don't accept it, you don't accept it. But be careful. Be careful. Be careful, because you are not accepting the things that God accepts. That's it. And yes, this is a brainwash. This is a brainwash. God said brainwash yourself with this. You know why he said that? Because we got to read this every day. So I can brainwash myself to accept this.
Sit this in your house.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. He said, they that are of a forward heart
are an
an abomination to the Lord.
But such as are upright in their way are his delight. Go hand, join in hand.
Though hand, join in hand.
The wicked shall not be unpunished. But the seed of the righteous shall be delivered. As a jewel of gold in the
seed of the righteous shall be delivered, shall escape. See?
As a jewel of gold in the swine's snout, so is a fair woman.
You hear that?
It looks stupid. Yeah.
No,
it don't mix.
Shall escape. What are you escaping from? What is? Yeah, that part there.
Take time.
The judgment in that pit. That's what you're escaping. See?
As a jewel of gold in the swine's snout, so is a fair woman which is without discretion.
He said, as a jewel of gold, the swine's in the nose of a pig. Does that look good?
No.
You have a pig and you got
an unclean animal.
A diamond.
A diamond and an unclean animal. He said God compared that to so is a fair woman which is without discretion.
Yeah. And you got non-fair women without non-discretion.
Without discretion.
The woman here is not even fair, but they have non-discretion. Nigga, control your wife, man. Oh, shoot, man.
You know what discretion is? Without reason. Without reason. You know who had reason? We read about it. Abigail. Abigail was a woman with reason.
Yeah.
She was a woman that was aware for her husband.
That's right.
Abigail, the woman in the book, had that.
Yeah.
These women today don't got
at least
that.
they was fair.
They have no problem being that.
Man, at least they was fair.
That's right.
Cute to look upon.
At least.
You know, these women men today.
The desire of the righteous is only good.
The desire of the righteous is only good. The desire of a righteous man, he's only going to desire the things that is good. He's only going to desire the things that is accepted of God. Go ahead, read.
But the expectation of the wicked is wrath.
But the expectation, the hope of the wicked is what?
Wrath.
It's wrath. Tom sheep.
There is that scattering.
There is that scattering.
And yet increase it.
And yet increase it.
And there is that.
There is that to scatter it, that disperse, that distributes, and he increase.
Nice.
And he increased because he gave. He wasn't the person that held on.
Set it out.
Read.
And there is that
withholdeth
more than is meat.
More than is meat.
But intended to poverty.
To withhold means to restrain or hold back. The person hold back and he restrain from giving, and he still lack. He still end up in need.
The liberal soul shall be made fat.
The liberal soul shall be made fat, shall be made prosperous.
And he that watereth shall be watered also himself. And he that withholdeth corn,
the people shall curse him. The people will curse him because you holding your food back. This guy got all the food and he didn't want to feed nobody. The people won't curse him. Go ahead, read.
But blessing shall be upon the head of him that selleth it. He that diligently seeketh good procureth favor.
He that diligently seeketh good procureth favor. Will desire favor.
But he that seeketh mischief, it shall come unto him.
But he that seeketh mischief, he that seeketh mischief, desire mischief, it's going to come to me. Because this is what I'm always into. So whatever I'm into is I'm kind of calling to myself with the works of my own hands. Go ahead.
He that trusted in his riches shall fall, but the righteous shall flourish as a branch. He that troubleth his own house.
The word for trouble is ayin kafresh, means to disturb or to have in disorder. He that disturbs his own house
shall inherit the wind.
How can I do that?
Disturb my own house. I don't even know.
I'm kind of confused on this.
I am too. Certain things I don't understand. How can you disturb your house?
You don't have your house established.
And it also means to have in disorder.
You don't have
it's not order.
When it's in disorder, it's not set up according to what God says.
If it's not set up,
it's not according.
It's
not according to what God says.
That's it.
So that's where the disturbance and the disorder don't come from.
Gotcha. Got you.
Go ahead, read.
And the fool shall be servant to the wise of heart. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life.
The fruit of the righteous. What is the fruit? It's not talking about the actual fruit. When it says the fruit, it's the effect or consequences of one's actions. Your consequences of your actions and the effect. Your actions is what caused this. He said, of the righteous is a tree of life.
And he that winneth souls is wise.
And he that winneth souls is wise. Winneth souls. Know what winneth souls means in the Hebrew? Loqueach. Loqueach means to conquer your spirit. To conquer your spirit. To rule your spirit. And he that ruleth his spirit is wise.
That's how you win.
That's how you win. Tom, see?
Behold, the righteous shall be recompensed in the earth, much more the wicked and the sinner.
And with that, I already got what's bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom and call up another speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mika Ben Lil.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Shalom Lekah.
Stuck. Shabbat Shalom Lekah. Stuck. We gonna move it up.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father and my teacher and the leader. Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo, Chief Levite. Giving all due respect to mothers in Israel, visitors, brothers and sisters, chief princes. I bid you out of tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
We're going to move ahead to first book of Samuel, chapter 28. First Samuel, chapter 28.
Okay. And it came to pass in those days that the Philistines gathered their armies together.
It's about to be war. Philistines are about to go to war with the Israelites.
The Philistines gathered their armies together for warfare to fight with Israel. And
he said, as usual, you know why? They want Israel's resources. Iron.
Yeah.
This is the Iron Age. At the beginning of 1 Samuel and David's and Saul's time in their era, the Israelites had to go to the Philistines in order to sharpen this, not swords, swords.
The garrison.
They had to sharpen their gardening tools, their pruning, their pitchforks, all of these things. They had iron down there. They didn't have it. They took the isles away from Israel and they come in inland. So that's what these wars is all about. Right? To fight with Israel, and Achish said unto David,
knowest thou assuredly that thou shalt go out with me to battle, thou and thy men.
You know why he's telling him that? The Philistine is telling David, yo, you know you're coming out with me because they are about to fight David's people. So sometimes a person would say, well, look, I'm going to sit out on this one because that's my people. I do that to everybody else. I ain't going to do that to my own kind. But that's why he said, look, you're coming with us. No, but surety, you're going out there to fight. You and your men.
And David said to Achish, surely thou shalt know what thy servant can do. And Achish said to David, therefore will I make thee keeper of mine head forever.
David said, now you're going to see how I get down in war. That's what that means. You're going to see what your servant can do. You're going to see what I'm capable of doing. You're going to see how many people I could put down with one swing. He said, you know what? You're going to be my bodyguard. You keeping my back. You keeping my head. You're going to be the eyes behind my head.
Now Samuel was dead, and all Israel lamented him.
Samuel is dead now. He just not too long died.
Now Samuel was dead, and all Israel had lamented him and buried him in Ramah.
Buried him in Ramah. I heard about a woman named Raquel. She's buried in Ramah. Yeah. She's in Ramah.
That's right.
Remember, Benjamin and Joseph is her sons.
That's right.
That's why she was in Ramah, in Benjamin's area and Joseph's area, weeping and lamenting for what her sons and her daughters are going through. Her descendants. She's seeing what happened and she cried because of what was going on. It's the same spot. Now Raquel was dead. in Ramah. Ramah is a city.
Yeah.
Okay? So the dead roam too. The dead see the living too. The righteous, though. Make that clear.
Yeah, the
The righteous. They still get a connection. Okay? The wicked don't have no more connection. They're going somewhere where they ain't thinking about where they came from. That's the same spot. All right? Samuel was buried there in the same spot.
Right.
Tamshi.
Even in his own city. And Shaul had put away those that had familiar spirits and the wizards out of the land.
While Saul was alive, he put out those that had familiar spirits. They are called mediums. These are people who contact the dead. Sorcerers. This is also worship of the dead.
That's right.
They contact people who can contact spirits of dead people and get answers.
Yeah.
And get questions.
Witches.
Okay? This is what witches and warlocks do. They say, well, he's a psychic. He or she is a familiar spirit. They are familiar with spirits. Okay? Meaning they do ceremonies and rituals that opens their mind up that they can contact spirits. God forbid this in the law.
Right.
That's why Saul had everybody who was doing it who were Israelites. They were all Israelites. Everybody who was doing it, he kicked them out.
Yeah, right. We wasn't in another
He
land.
wasn't in another land. They're like now.
We was in our own
It's
land.
like we had our own communities.
That's crazy. I
I
ain't
said,
never,
you know what, man, y'all
I
gotta
ain't
go.
never even think about it.
Ban them all. Those were Israelites. The witch of Endor was from Endor. Endor is in Israel. She was an Israelite. So you understand how easy, that's what he said. It's easy. It's that easy to dishonor God and his laws. It's that easy to dishonor your parents' word. It's that easy to go against what you said out your mouth.
That's right.
How about that one? It's that easy. We have to control ourselves. When you control yourself, you will be able to read this and believe and get this. Now look, the wizards. The wizard is just a male version of a witch.
Yeah, that's it.
That's all. Witches are the women, the wizards are the men. Tamshi.
4. And the Philistines gathered themselves together and came and pitched in Shunem.
Yo, because look, before you go to war, you got to notice something too. Before they went to war, a lot of time before Samuel went to war, before Saul went to war with Israel, Samuel the prophet did certain things. He did certain things to cover them. He fasted. He prayed to God. One time he took a baby calf, a heifer, and burnt it. He burnt it to cover their sins. So when they go in there and fight, they come out victorious.
That's right.
They don't get snatched up. They don't get prisoners of war. They don't get caught out there. They don't get overrun. It said the Philistines gathered themselves together and came and pitched in Shunem. It's the same place where the woman, the Shunammite. That's where they come from. Abigail, the Shunammite. That's where she's from. And Saul gathered all Israel together and they pitched in Gilboa. There's a big mountain range called Gilboa. All right? Once you go over that mountain range, you're in the enemy land. You're not in your territory no more.
Right.
It was always about territories.
Right.
Always. You get caught in the wrong spot, they gonna do you because you're not from out here. That was from back then. They said they had ghetto cities in Israel. My Abba maybe looked this up. He maybe looked up certain cities. And the description was a ghetto city in the land of ancient Israel. Ghetto.
Every neighborhood got a ghetto.
So we live in a ghetto.
Every hood got a ghetto.
So you gotta watch it. You can't live like them, and you gotta be aware of them. Because they're just like the Canaanites. Most of them, there's too much of them. They're too strong. They're too courageous. You know what that means?
Yeah.
They'll call them on you. They'll set you up.
Yeah.
They'll put things out there to make you look bad.
Yeah.
Because they can't fight you. You're too strong. That's what they did in the time of Balaam. They said, man, where are these people coming from? Yeah, man, Egypt is done. You heard? Egypt done. That's like everybody. That's like another country come over here and wash America up. It's gonna be like, whoa. You would never think this country, Egypt, who's been ruling for so many centuries.
Russia did to Ukraine.
Some Shama said the other day, we were talking, he said, yo, I noticed Egypt as a world power reigned a long time.
Longer than
that.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, you know what, you're right.
All Abraham time. Beginning. They running.
They was running it.
Yeah. So God hit them up.
Remember who kicked it off? Nimrod. Coming out of Babel, which is Babylon, which is now Iran. That whole area, Iran, Iraq, Kazakhstan, all that is Babylon. All that, Nineveh, Assyria, all that area there, that's where they started the images and the idols and the 3 in 1 and the Trinity. That's where it all came from. That's where all these abominations and ceremonies, worship of the dead, worship of the living. This paganism is about worshiping the dead and the living. While you alive, you worship things that are dead. Ain't that something? While you're alive, you worshiping something that's not alive. That God said for you to have to, oh, well, there come one king. He said, look at this here. It's alive. Because he took a dead, he said, man, you bound down to dead things. Those idols are dead, they don't live. They're not active. He said, okay, I got a dragon here. It's alive. See, he's being a smart. Don't be a wise, okay?
That's right.
A lot of people, oh, I want you to teach me, but you're a wise guy. Don't do that. Or you're a wise woman. Don't do that. Because now he says, see, it's alive. What do you got to say now? Long story short, Daniel killed it. He took fat and pitch. You know what pitch is? Tar. He took fat from the animal that we're not supposed to eat and tar. Mixed it together and he suffocated that animal and killed it. If it's God, why I, mere man, am able? I'm not supposed to kill God. People don't understand what God means. You only gonna get it here. And on your own, not only read the book, pray. Bless his name. You don't have to pray for nothing.
That's right.
Bless his name.
Praise his name.
That's also strength.
Praises.
Yeah.
Take time out, say a prayer, and just say a prayer praising his name. Why? You shouldn't be so stunted that you can't do that. That's what they did too. There's times it's all about your name, God.
That's it.
Moses said, yo, man, your name.
Yeah, man.
He didn't say you gonna look bad, God.
No,
he said
your
your
name. You tarnish your
They
name.
gonna spit on your name.
Yeah,
They gonna
man.
talk
They're gonna talk bad about you.
I
I can't have that. Can't have
I'm
that.
not it's not gonna sit right with me. Yeah, the word's activated. Yes, he's activated. All babies get activated when the word of the Most High is being pronounced. And babies get up. You gotta expect that. I learned that from Benai. The prince one time, he said, man, I'm supposed to hear babies. Where the babies at? That means we're growing. That means individuals is doing their job. Because somebody gonna come and say, yo, man, what the hell are you doing? What is this you wearing? Why you ain't over here, man?
Right.
And that's when you make the difference.
Right.
Now, whether they accept you or not, God accept you.
That's right.
That's the problem. Stop
Right.
trying to be accepted by people.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, man. Yeah, son. That's the whole
I
problem.
accept you.
That's the problem.
That's the whole
I
problem.
accept
Oh,
you.
wow. We always look
Y'all don't even know how I am with them out there. You think I'm nice with them? I'm not. It looks like I'm nice with them because I discipline hard. I embarrass people. I go, and those are the ones that deserve it. I don't play with them out there. And here, walk on me. I'm not retaliating.
Right.
My Abba wouldn't want that.
That's right. That's right.
My Abba wouldn't want it.
That's right.
You give me fire, I'm gonna give you water.
Me neither. That's right.
Until you start giving me that water, I'm gonna just keep you in your water.
That's right.
That's how he wants it. That's the unity he used to talk about in Psalms 133.
Yeah.
And he
So it's like
compared
a
it.
precious
This is
ointment.
metaphor.
Precious
He
ointment.
compared it to the beauty of the robe
The
that
ointment
Aaron
that
wore,
goes down
and the ointment when
from
he
the top
got
of his
when he
head.
got anointed with that olive oil, that holy oil, and it ran
to
down.
his beard, even to his
He didn't get
garment.
sprayed or sprinkled.
Pour it.
We don't. He said, pour it, pour it. And he said, the unity of brethren. We don't have to be from the same mother. We don't have to be from the same father. We don't have to have the same parents.
Nope.
This is what makes us. This, man. So if I have a heart to this, I got a heart for you.
Mhm.
And you got to have a heart for me.
That's right.
That's how it's supposed to go.
Mhm.
This is what Moses told the people, man. This is for you. He said, but God putting you through this stuff to prove you. You got to prove yourself, though.
Mhm.
You got to prove yourself. Verse 5.
And when Shaul saw the host of the Philistines,
Uh-huh.
he was afraid.
He was
His heart
afraid.
greatly trembled.
He's not supposed to be afraid. He was not supposed to be afraid. God said, when you see the enemies round about you, do not be afraid. And these are emotions that we have to control.
David, boy.
He told Aaron, this is what kept me. Every time I thought about it, I said, He told Aaron, don't cry for your sons,
That ain't no joke, man.
whether they did wrong or not,
Right,
whatever.
right,
Those were the sons.
right.
They're very hard.
Who's that?
Well, God told Aaron not to cry.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
Don't rent
Oh,
your
yeah.
clothes. Don't show no
Don't do
sign
that.
of mourning.
And
So the most he could do is just,
you think he ain't feel away?
he felt
Yeah, he
it.
felt the
But
way.
he had to keep that.
They felt
He had
the
to
way.
hold that
And
down.
That's
why,
what we have to
and
learn
that's why
how
they
to
didn't
do.
eat. That's why they eat. They didn't eat.
He had to hold that down.
That's why they didn't
He
eat.
said, I
And
didn't
Moses
eat.
got
Right,
mad.
hold that
Moses
down.
got mad at his sons
What
for
he
not
said?
eating of the sacrifice. He said, man, these things befalling us, man.
Things have been
Befalling
falling
us, man.
us.
You
And if
you
you
think?
really
You know what he
think
talking
about
about.
it,
What
it
you
will be
think?
accepted.
Come on, man.
I'm
He
not,
said, we're gonna
I'm not
miss that half,
crying. I'm not, but look, inside,
Like last Shabbat, I was crying. I ain't profaned the Shabbat by crying.
no.
No.
It befalled us on Shabbat.
No.
You know what you profane the
What's
Shabbat?
us on Shabbat?
This is how you profane the Shabbat. You have a funeral, you bury your dead on Shabbat. Let's talk. Let's talk.
Yeah, we ain't doing that.
We don't do that on Shabbat.
Facts.
We don't bury our dead on Shabbat.
No.
There is not supposed to be a wedding on Shabbat.
Facts. Shabbat.
Let's
is
talk
Shabbat.
about it
That's
now.
it.
When Shabbat comes, that's it. We don't
That's it.
couple no other
Nothing
day
else.
with it.
Not
We
no
don't
unity
oh
Shabbat.
yeah, I'm gonna get married on the Shabbat day. No,
That's not
because your marriage is being honored on this day.
Yeah.
Trust me.
And you're picking yourself up above
Picking
God.
yourself up. Now it's about
Now it's about
you
you.
and your
It ain't
wife.
about the Creator now.
You
It's
pick
about
another
you
day for that.
You
Mhm.
and your
Pick
pagan wife.
another day for that. Leave the Shabbat the way it is. That's why God said, don't add on, don't take away.
Mm-hmm.
We start adding on. There's never supposed to be a funeral or a burial or certain things that's
That's right.
done in life and death done on Shabbat.
That's
You can make another appointment for that. Okay? Tamshi?
And when Shaul inquired of Elohim, Elohim answered him not by dreams, nor Udim, nor by prophets.
Okay, because he got scared. So the proper thing, he said, okay, well, let me go to God and see what's going on. But God is no communication. He didn't write Saul 100% off. But right now, I'm mad at you. I want to talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
But that sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Don't that sound familiar?
That's right.
Parents get mad at you. They don't want to talk to you right now.
Right.
You may say something to them and say, keep walking on you. Your wife get mad at you.
Yeah.
What she do?
Spin on you.
She spin off. She ain't supposed to.
Live on. She ain't supposed to, but she does it.
She does it.
Spin off on you.
These are traits of when someone is upset at you.
Yeah.
The block of
You're acting up in fourth grade and the teacher say, oh, you know what? You get up and stand up in the corner over there.
Yeah. Time out.
No communication. You have been excommunicated. That's what happened to Saul.
That's right.
And in his desperation now this is going to make him desperate because he's at war.
Yeah.
They are going to move
the
in and
Philistines.
take everything. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
This is a detrimental time. And he knows he's supposed to be right with God, but he knows he's not because he's not getting no answer.
No answer.
He's not getting no answer by dreams. This is how God deals with kings, prophets, his servants, okay? People he working with to do things for kings, prophets, and his servants. He said, nobody Urim or Thummim. Your Urim and the Thummim, okay, it's flat pieces, okay? And they're inside the breastplate. And there's certain times, beside the breastplate lighting up, you take the Urim and the Thummim out. It's like dice. It's like sticks. Whoever got the shortest stick, that is you that did it. That's what the Urim and Thummim reveals the truth. The Urim and the Thummim will tell the king or a servant of God or tell whoever what to do or what not to do by asking simple questions. Should I go up against the Philistines today? Like how David did. You see how David did? David, every move, right? He said, should I do this? Should I do not do that, God? And God would say yes or no, right? Leave the Ouija board alone. Or people you know with Ouija boards, leave it alone. Because you are inquiring of spirits. And you are making yourself a familiar spirit and a witch and a warlock. We don't have no one connected to God like that.
No one. No one.
Your connection is here.
No one.
Here.
That's right.
And to an individual who has changed their life 100% here, you can follow that person.
That's right.
Don't have to be a mother and father. That person is following the Most High God and all His commandments. You can take advice from this person because they're not. We just read it. The righteous will give you words to deliver you from death.
That's right.
They're not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. You heard somebody say, I never told you to do nothing wrong. I never told you to do anything against God. You can't come complain to me about nothing. Anything that I told you, you did not take it. You said, man. And you went over here and you got the advice that you wanted to hear, like Rehoboam.
Yeah.
That's what Rehoboam did. Solomon saw that's what he did.
That's right.
He didn't feel satisfied with what the old men, the old heads. There's a thing. It's always been a thing. I noticed from back then to now, the young versus the old. And the reason why the young be out of place is because first they're out of place with their father and their mother. So once they're like that, they're going to be out of place with all forms of authority. All forms of authority. This is the top form. Not just the police. That ain't nothing. God put you in their hand. When you go against, you see how it goes? From the kings, if the kings had to behave themselves and keep themselves right before God, will make you think we don't have to.
That's right.
If the kings had to read the law every day, will make you think you don't have to. That's right. Are you stronger than David? You stronger than Saul?
No.
No. Are you stronger than Hosea?
Some men that got anointed.
Are you stronger than Baasha?
Nope.
Zimri?
Anointed.
Okay.
You ain't stronger than nobody that got anointed. Bro.
Okay. You're not stronger than these guys.
Right.
They're there for an example of what to do, what not to do, how to get and stay close to God, how to avoid evil, how not to offend God, how not to offend man, how to honor, how to love. It's all here. He said, then said Saul unto his servants, verse 7.
Then said Saul unto his servants, seek me a woman that hath a familiar spirit, that I may go to her and inquire of her. And his servant said to him, behold, there is a woman that hath a familiar spirit at Endor.
Didn't we just read a couple of verses ago? He threw everybody out.
Yeah.
Apparently, he didn't know there was some around. See, he had to ask, go find me one. Because he threw them all out. But he didn't know some went into hiding. Witches and wizards, they like to hide in caves, up in mountains, deep in the forest, in the woods.
Heavily wooded area.
Okay, like the Blair Witch and all that. That's why those settings is always out there at night by water, deep out there. That's why he said, man, you Israel, you went following them. Now I see smoke all up in you see the mountain way down there. You see smoke coming out of there. Ain't no smoke supposed to be coming out the mountains. You know what they're doing? They're serving Bill up there. I can't do it here because you're gonna kill me. I gotta go all the way up there. That's why I said Asa was good before the Lord, but he didn't get rid of the groves, the stuff that was out of his reach. He didn't get to do what
you go the extra mile.
Josiah. Josiah was king of Judah, and all the 10 tribes been going out of Samaria. You got heathens there, mixed church people there. All of that is there, right? He went up there and cleaned that up too. He cleaned up Judah, and then he went throughout all Israel. And I don't care if you heathen or not, you're getting this out your house.
That's right.
That's how he cleaned. You know, he had to go through, in order to clean up the city, he had to go through house to house to make sure there was no abominations. You ain't got nothing on your roof. You ain't got nothing in the backyard. Because people go high to put up sacrifices. You can't sacrifice something in the basement.
No.
Unless you're serving Satan.
Right.
Yeah.
You could go somewhere dark and underneath in the tunnel and do strange ritual rites. That ain't going to God. That's why the Most High told them, don't sacrifice nothing in your tents, in your cities. You bring it to the name that I choose to put my name there. Wherever my name is at, you bring the sacrifices. There it will be accepted. There I will accept the atonement made by the priests. We don't have none of that now. Sacrifice is dead. You see where we at? All the opportunities is out the window. There's still keys in here. There's still ways. There's 2 ways I read that you could diminish your sins without sacrifice. The honoring of your father. That's it. And alms to your brethren, not to the heathen. Alms. Those are the 2 things that I read that diminish sins.
Confessing and forsaking.
And honoring your mother, you store up treasure. I'm not going to explain that one. It's not money.
I don't know.
It's whatever you
You're
need.
in
God,
the corner. You need God. He's
whenever
coming.
you need God,
He's coming for you.
boom. Because you
coming
got
for you.
credit with your mother.
Exactly.
Wow. That's why he say honor them.
Exactly.
But with your father, whatever sins you got, you be diminishing. You honor him, and he acknowledged that. You diminish a lot of your sins. He said it take away. He said, and then now with your mother, you gaining credit for your skin. Because you're still gonna get into it. Because you're still gonna get into it. You honor God, you honor your parents, all the way. It's still gonna go down.
Trouble coming.
So that's why God said do these things, because it builds credit for you. It's a treasure stored up, but it's not money.
That's right.
It's not money. It's not 401k. It's none of these things.
Uphold the things that you want done. Uphold it.
No matter how
all the
you know
things that
why?
you say you want, or your mother say you don't want, uphold it.
Even if she said, "Yo, I don't like when you do that," or "I don't like
Or
when you
I
say
was gonna
that."
pop off.
That's all I
My
gotta
mother told
do.
me stop.
Yeah, that's
I can't pop off now.
Can't pop. That's it. You got. So
Just
this
like
is about
that.
swallowing
So
our
she did, one
pride.
time.
So we gotta swallow our pride, man, to do these things.
That's right.
That's what this is. We have to swallow our pride to do these things. And I have to realize when I'm out of my place. I have to realize that. You ain't gotta tell me, brother. You know why? You're gonna be like David. I have sinned. David said, "Hey, man, I'm the king, man. I don't care what you do." Certain kings did that.
Right.
Certain kings did do that.
That's right.
They said, "Well, thus said the Lord." He said, "Man, carry him, cut his head off, string him up, put him in ward, lock him up." David never did that. David said, "Yeah, I messed up. I sinned, man." Right, man. He held his head down. You know what God said? Look at this guy. Yo, man, he's erased, man. You ain't sinned.
Like, man.
It's erased. Do y'all know that? Or do you believe it? Or did it fly past your head? That man's sins was erased because of his track record. And then when he did mess up, he didn't give up no rebuttal. That's why it's best. Me, myself, if I not running my mouth and accepting, even though in here I may not want to accept, but my mouth make me accept. In here I accept. It's a practice. It's a practice. After a while, you're not, it's not a problem with you no more to accept the things that are right.
That's right.
or the separate things coming from you know what I'm saying?
That's right.
It's a practice. And you will notice it. Because that's how you break. Oh man, in LA they used to say, break yourself.
Right.
They carjack you until you break yourself. You know what that means?
Oh,
Allow this to
to
happen.
go down.
Accept
Do
the
not-
fact that I am jacking you. Don't be a hero. Don't grab your gun. Don't try to do nothing. Break your spirit.
Humble.
You know why? Because I'm a gangster, you a gangster. I'll pop out on you. You're gonna still pop out because
Right.
you're gangster.
Right.
You just gotta pop, you just gotta plug me. I'm gonna still get one
Right.
more. Right or wrong.
Right. That's
But
right.
I'm telling you, break yourself.
Break
You know what that means?
Humble.
Break your spirit. Break that gangster spirit and allow this to go down.
Break yourself.
This is what we have to do with God. When they say humble your spirit, break yourself. Allow these laws to go down in yourself, in your life, in your home, in your surroundings. You gotta break yourself. We got strong, stubborn, stone-hearted spirits.
That's
We
right.
all have
That's right.
stone-hearted spirits.
That's right.
Why I know that? Because we see it in each other. We
That's
see our
right.
stubbornness in each other.
That's right.
I can see your stubbornness. You can
That's
see my
right.
stubbornness.
That's right. Okay.
Right?
Okay.
But it's the way to work with it. I can't do nothing about it. You can't
Okay.
this.
Okay.
Except there are men that God respected 100,000%, and they accepted.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
And they made reparations.
They acknowledge.
Sometimes, yo, man, you ain't got to do that. Nah, man. You heard some people say that. They said, nah, man, I'm going to do that, man. They said, no, but you don't have to do it. And it's because he feels,
Guilty.
I
Guilty.
feel better repairing this
Right.
and setting everything up.
Straight.
Okay?
Right.
He said, yeah, man. Remember that day Abraham? He said, yeah, but he went back and he repaired that.
He did that.
He
Right.
came back and he fixed that.
I made it right.
He reiterated that. He said, well, look, man, that day I was wrong. Or blah, 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 blah. That's what
And
Shama was talking
and
about.
some people don't even count.
And when you do
You
look,
repaired it, you fixed it. It still
it don't count. That's the wicked. They will never be satisfied. They said the wicked will never be satisfied. We ain't talking about food. Because righteousness not going to satisfy a wicked person. He said, well, look, man, let him pay this back and he back, and that's it.
Yeah.
Right. You want more.
You got more than what he just took from you. But that's not enough for me, man. I want to take his stuff. Looking at his wife, I should, with his woman, I should go after his woman. Because men do that. I should do this. I said, you want to do more. That's why I said, man, whatever the judges say, whatever the judges determine,
That's it.
that's it.
Violated that
And you go beyond that and want to do more,
That's right.
you die.
That's right.
Now you making more than what this is. You're doing too much. God even say it's this, whatever the judge, you going overboard, bro. You can't be under and you can't be over this.
Mm-hmm.
Not be on the same plane.
Mm-hmm.
So now this guy, I'm not getting the word from God. So now you got a plan.
Go down.
He got a plan.
That's right.
He said, I'm gonna get in contact with somebody. But he ain't here on this planet no more. He dead. The only way for me to get in contact with him, see, this is the thing. The only way for Saul to do this, he has to be abominated. He has to be corrupt. He has to violate.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not in the cards for us to
We deal with after they leave, after they gone.
Once they're gone,
It's
we
over.
gotta leave that.
It's over. King David stopped fasting when the sun died.
It was a similar look. They mourned for Moses because of who he was, right? 30 days. That was it. Oh, this is the anniversary of
Yeah,
Moses'
next
death.
year. Next year. This is the day he died. Yeah. I'm gonna pop off. I'm
It's
telling you.
emotional stuff.
Better not see it, boy.
And look, naturally, nobody got to teach you that because it's the way of the world. The way of the world. Spiritual fornication is something you don't realize because everybody's doing it, so it seems like it's not a bad thing. It's an ungodly custom that was set as law.
Worshiping the
Right.
dead.
Set as law means, this is the way of the world. That's the law.
That's right.
This is how, this is the, what's the word? Start with an O. This is the ordinance. That's why God said, no, none of their ordinances. I got ordinances for you. and they're righteous. This
Don't
stuff
follow none of the
here
ordinances.
is gonna make you like me.
That's right.
And when you leave here,
That's right.
you're
Straight.
gonna be in another echelon of Elohim,
Straight.
gods. It's a whole bunch of us.
Now,
What you talking
You don't
about?
even need nobody.
What you talking
You
about?
don't even need nobody.
If me and you're the same, now it's two of us. There's two gods here. Right or wrong. That's what God said, man. I want you to be like me. Because the way I had the world set up, man didn't listen. And then the adversary intervened, so man didn't listen, brought death and sin. And then later on, sons of man come down, which are the angels, and taught man how to keep being wicked.
yes.
The things that they taught man, Adam and Eve wasn't doing. It wasn't doing witchcraft.
Astrology.
It wasn't doing no astrology.
No.
Man. They just knew good and evil.
No.
They knew they was naked.
That's it.
I ain't supposed to be walking around here naked.
That's right.
Things like that. I'm not gonna take something that don't belong to me. Things like that. They spoke truthfully. Things like that. He didn't lie. He said, "Oh man, I hid because I was naked." He said, "Whoa, you told the truth.
Yeah.
You ain't supposed to know that."
Know that. You ain't supposed to know that.
How you know?
How you know? Listen, man.
He said the
Did you
woman,
eat of that
the
thing
woman
on there?
that God's
Did you
given me.
eat of it? He said, "Well, the woman that you gave me,
the one that you gave.
she coming to me
God
and
get
eating
mad
it."
at him for saying that.
So he said,
God
"You."
get mad at him for saying that.
No. He said, "Oh, well, it's okay. You stay right there." He said, "You, what hast thou done?" That's what he said to the woman. He said, "What did you do?"
Serpent beguiled me, man.
She said, "Yo, he tricked me." Because
He
she know
beguiled
now
me.
what the
He
trick
got
is.
me.
She know now, when you found out you got,
Now you know.
rewind it, take
Right.
that. Oh, now I know.
Yeah.
Now I know that way.
Yeah.
Now I know what to watch
Yeah,
out
bro.
for.
Yeah,
that is
bro.
the way of evil.
Yeah. She was naive.
That
in
is the part that the knowledge of evil.
Yeah,
She
bro.
said, "Oh, this guy, he used words and me. So you gotta listen."
She said the serpent beguiled
She
me.
said, "He tricked me."
Got me, man.
She left.
I left her alone.
She said,
You ain't nobody you can pass it to.
You started this. Yeah, you can't pass it to nobody. God ain't asking what you've done. You didn't ask him no question. He said, "Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above this, that, boom, bop, doo, boom, boom." Gave him to him. Then he went back to Adam.
The woman.
He said, no, he went to the woman. He said,
Pain, sorrow.
you gonna go through it. You know what I'm saying? You gonna go through it and bring in children.
And make your
You
man
know what I'm
rule.
saying?
And he threw that in there
And
too.
you're gonna have to
Allow your man to rule.
desire everything your husband desires.
That was part of their punishment. So that means that before that happened, women and men was on, man.
Ooh. You can't handle yourself, so your guide will, which is your husband, your Lord. This is why most women have a problem if they say, "No, don't do it like that, do it like this." She got a problem.
True.
Yeah, she got a problem.
True.
And sometimes it be some simple little thing. And I see it, I'm like, wow, spirit, just naturally, your spirit doesn't want to do that part God said at all. We can't be together. I'm not turning from this. So for you to be with me,
You gotta accept
you
that.
gotta accept.
I just told you.
I had to accept
We gonna soon
certain
break
things
up.
in my life, right? Which is God and my parents. You gotta accept me. And the kids accept us.
That's it.
We got something together. We got this together. The children, we got that. When the honor come to us, we accept that.
That's
I'll
it.
back you in and you back me in.
That's it. That's it.
What your mother said. Don't come asking me. Get
That's
out.
it.
Well, what your father said. Did you ask your father? Make sure he know. I'm okay with it, but make sure he know. That's one.
Not okay with it?
That's one.
That's
Because
it.
now, oh man, I can't go to Iman. Because she backing Abba up. Don't make Abba look like the villain. Don't make the man look like the villain. The person that look like the villain is the one always saying no.
True.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
The person that look like the villain is the party pooper. Oh man, yeah, he had to say something. Now we can't. But what he said something come up the book.
True.
Oh man, y'all know better than that. Y'all ain't supposed to be doing this. Nah, man, we don't go to that. No, we're not supposed to go there. Don't stop, can't stop, won't stop. This thing goes down till the wheels fall off. Nothing new, man. Nothing new. Yes, the same thing over and over. That's what's going to keep you in the way. Nothing new. It's always new things, new people, a new idea, new order, a new testament.
New Testament.
I ain't got to say nothing else. I ain't got to say nothing else. There's always somebody new.
Right.
Want to change everything.
Right.
Oh man, but you know, that was back in the days. Grab that, see back then. That individuals like that. You know what happens to them.
God said to seek the ancient path, and when you
And
find it,
walk
walk therein,
therein.
not the new path.
That means in this modern day and time, you can still live ancient.
That's right.
That's
right.
what it means.
My pop.
Papa told me that. He said, don't let nobody convince you that this is not for any era in man's life.
Right.
I don't care if it's 3048 and everybody, all the cars is on anti-gravity.
Niggas said 3,000.
I don't care what
Niggas
you know what I'm saying? Oh,
men are
future
flying.
and
Men,
science.
Nick,
We're
men,
gonna
men,
be telepathy in it. I
niggas
don't
is
care
flying
what
now.
age.
Niggas
Word
is
up.
flying.
I don't care what age. This has to be applied.
Hold on, wait.
Men did it in the time when if you did it, you died. He did it. Daniel did it. They said, you know what? I'm opening my windows. It boiled down to me either serving God or doing what you say. Well, I'm ready to die now.
Yeah,
And I'm good. Your conviction in yourself serving God gonna make you say some things that you're gonna stand to. Gosh, your whole. Look. Out of that group, nobody said that. Out of the Israelites of today, he the only one said that.
Facts.
He the only one think like that.
Facts.
He the only one that don't eat that.
Facts.
Right?
Facts.
The godly live their lives to serve God and save themselves, right?
Yes.
And to teach us.
Yes. Yes.
And to teach us.
Yes.
And to teach us. So that we will learn from them. Oh, this is how it's done. We don't have prophets. Moses ain't here. There is no one to inquire of. That's bad, man.
Horrible.
Even the pregnant woman, even Isaac's wife was able to inquire of God.
Right.
She didn't need no priest. She didn't need no prophet. Women can't inquire when they're pregnant. They got to go to the doctor.
Young doctors now.
They got to go doctor, sonogram, the machines, all of this stuff, technology. All this is one day you know all of this going to die. You know all one day no technology going to work. Let me tell you about science. God is going to shut, if you're going to shut down man, all men die. All wicked die. His devices got to go too.
Oh, yeah.
Go first.
Because that's evil and good too. This is evil. There's evil and good on it too.
Yes. My Facebook.
You don't believe me? Give a child 5 years old, don't really know too much of the world. Give them that phone. Unrestricted. They could go on any site they want. Come back 5 years later. You're going to have more evil in him. She's going to have more evil in her. Because the ways of evil is more powerful because everybody's doing it. It's just strength in numbers, right? Okay, so the number game, everybody got that, and they're wicked. We're outnumbered. We're always going to be outnumbered. We will not be recognized amongst the nations. Stop trying to be recognized amongst them. He said, Israel, I'm Israel. So stop trying to prove it to them.
Right.
We are not celebrities and millionaires that's finding out who we are.
We are a dying
From people who don't know who they are.
We a dying breed.
Ain't that something?
We a dying breed.
We know we were blessed. This is also a blessing.
Yes, right.
To know how to serve God.
Hallelujah.
Talk about blessing. That's the blessing. It's the only blessing you're going to have. Is that you know who God is and you know where to go to serve him. Everything's out the window. Everything's out the window, especially now it's out the window with them. Ezra's like, yo, what's going on? We getting all types of stuff happening to us. Imagine now, don't expect no good. Don't expect to get rich. Don't expect for things to get better. Don't expect for all Israel to come together. If that was the case, they would have came together back then. When God was with them, when they were stronger than us, they was in their own land. They still had the priest there. They still had the ark there. They still had everything there for them that God set up. So don't tell me this. Okay? Every man is going after he's watching his own eyes. Every man's going after his own evil imagination. With this, he wasn't talking about strangers when he said it in the book. All the men he was talking about was Israelites. So I center on us. I don't care about them out there. They are to be used. Sorry to say it. They are to be used. Okay? They are to be used. That's it. They are servants. Yeah. Look, strangers was bound down to David. Those from other countries was good with David. Ammonite king, the same Ammonite king earlier in Saul's time, and said, I require the right eye of everybody in the city in Shabbat Gilead. Your children, your babes, the little babies, they're going to take the eye out. The king on down, the cattle, everybody eye out. This same king later on was cool with David. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Ain't that something? And when he died, David sent his condolences to his son. We know that story. That's why David sent his condolences. So I understand when certain people, like, your son ain't gonna know all your friends.
Right.
So I don't know all of my father's friends. I don't know them all. Right? And when they come and present themselves, I have to treat them as such.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's what happened. A lot of people come
That's
and
right.
do their condolences. And we don't turn them away.
Right.
Oh man, you come here to do. That's what that guy did.
Right.
And guess what? He didn't think that,
My father friends.
man, he didn't even
My
think
father
that way.
friends.
He was receiving the
You know what his friends is.
and look, his mans, his advisors was like, yo, man, for surety, David is sending them here to spy out the land. But now your dad is dead. Because back then, they do that too. They wait till your father's not there and they come at you. Yeah, that was the thing. Because you're not gonna do nothing to my son. I'm here. You ain't doing nothing to my son. You ain't doing nothing to my family. You're not doing nothing to my wife. You ain't doing nothing to my brother. My family, you're not doing nothing to. Oh, but I don't care what he did. You have to rub this on your chest, man. Oh, you're wrong. I'm sorry. Look, the Benjamites didn't give up their brethren, man. You see what they did? Do you see what they
raped
did?
the woman, killed her.
Because they couldn't get the man.
Right.
That was spiteful. That was spiteful because they really wanted the man. That's why when they came, they said, yo, man, what meaning all of this? He said, yo, man, they wanted me. So I had to give it to my wife. Because if he didn't grab her and throw her out there, he didn't have time. The old man said, yo, you can have my 2 daughters, which are virgins. If they said, no, man, we want him. He said, look, man, come here. Go out there and take care of him. Apparently, but they abused her. They beat her up. They broke bones. They beat her. They didn't run to just have sex with her.
Right.
That don't kill a woman. They beat her. And that was, they said, well, man, they didn't have to do that. That's still my woman, man. They didn't have to do that. All right, I got something for that. Because he said, yo, all right, come on, get up, get yourself right, let's go home. Because he put her out there. He ain't going to be mad at her. Whatever the wife do that the husband say, it's not on her.
Good money.
Jeremiah, the book of Jeremiah, the woman told the prophet Jeremiah, the man of God, our husbands is over there. And they kept doing what they was doing.
Left them alone.
You know what that means?
He went to the man, like,
I do what my husband say. Whether it's evil, whether it's what.
Exactly.
They covered.
Exactly.
The woman are covered.
Exactly. Don't get mad
It's
at a
the
woman
men.
for doing that.
It's us men
That's right.
that the responsibility lie on. It starts with us, it ends with us. It starts with us, it keeps going with us, and it ends with us. Okay? This is why the woman is wild. This is why all these things is happening. because men started changing of kind, changing and disordering things. Oh no, we're not doing that no more. We're gonna do this now. I told y'all last week when women started wearing pants in the 1930s.
That's right.
Life on Earth, all women has never been wearing pants until the 1930s, 19th century. We just left out of there.
That's right.
They got footage of people just walking, and you don't see no woman in a pants.
And she got on trousers, not just pants. You know what
And
trousers
all the
mean?
men used to wear
I work.
three-piece suits.
I work the farm. I do what you do. This is where they
Tuxedo.
start saying, I wear them pants in the house. And this built it up to women's independence. Now it's Me Too.
You have no chance. A woman that wears pants, you have no chance.
Children exalting themselves over their parents. You know where that started? When a celebrity took his parents to court. All it takes is for somebody famous to do something, and y'all want to do it too.
That's right.
Don't take a picture of yourself taking a bath. I'm just putting it out there. I can't even stand up in here and explain the type of deep paganism it is. But look, I'm gonna tell you, Tupac did it. And a couple of other artists did it. Whitney Houston, that was her album cover. How she died.
In that bad.
It's the thing with that bathtub and taking a picture or having a sketch. It has to do with paganism. I can't go into no more of it now because it's, you know what I'm saying? But I'm letting y'all know certain things don't do. Don't do. Oh, wow, look, that's fly. Don't do. Most album covers are patterned after the head of the bar.
Oh yeah, that's what they doing.
You can't see it unless somebody show it to you.
Yeah, you got
It's like a hidden puzzle. You look at something one way, all these are, that's magic. You can't buy a magic kick for your kids.
That's right.
A little top hat, and he do disappearing acts, and hell yeah, and for this act right now, and he pulled the wand, and flowers come out, and everybody goes, paganism. You might as well serve the devil straight up. And now, why they have these things for kids? All right. I'm gonna tell you what. I was watching TMZ the other day. I forgot what the topic was, but the girl said something like, "We'll stop having bigots. Bigots are people like, you know, if I'm against homosexuality, I'm a bigot. So, you know, if I deal with more than one woman, if I have more than one woman, I'm taking care of more than one woman, I'm a bigot. Okay? All the things that God allow you to do, you're a bigot in this society today." She said, well, in a little while, all the bigots will be killed off. Their generation will die. And we'll have everybody agreeing. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, right?
What's that?
On TMZ.
That's what's going
on. A
on.
regular show.
What's going down now?
This is a common thing. This is what people, she's a young girl. That's what she said. She said in a little while, all the people who are against things that are ungodly, naturally, those people gonna die.
Right.
We're gonna be big gone. And you got people who don't know God who are naturally against things, they gonna die.
It's happening now.
That's what's happening. That generation is dying. That generation is dying.
When you was teenagers, you didn't accept homosexuality. No. The teenagers now accept it. They don't
It's
like
the
the
way.
gang members, they don't like roll and run with them, but they accept it. Oh, my brother's gay.
Yeah.
You can't do
I'm
that
sure they
right now.
accept it.
See?
Oh,
So-
so they wrong with them. They accept.
Right.
I can go on stories about.
No, but look.
Yeah.
See, this is the
They
thing.
accept it. Wow.
This is the thing. Look, and there is a time though when it's gonna be everybody. There's not gonna be no
Crazy.
You understand what I'm saying? It ain't gonna be like, oh no, I'm just no, everybody. How about tell us that? He said one day we're not gonna be here. This is because we're seeing the seeds of it start now.
You see.
And I noticed one thing, you know, I'm bringing this to say this. A lot of things Israel's not supposed to be into, right?
Mm-hmm.
The heathen are into. And when it becomes trendy, popular, fashiony, or the thing to do or allow or to have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Israelites start doing it. Read.
Verse 8, 1 Samuel 28, verse 8. And Shaul disguised himself and put on other raiment, and he went, and two men with him.
Because I put on a cap right now and some shades, most of y'all, we gotta have to look twice because that's not my usual. You understand what I'm saying?
All right.
That wasn't his usual. He disguised himself. So that means he took off the
Kingly
robe and
robe.
the kingly robes and put on a regular
Regular
robe.
robe.
Not something. That robe probably had gold or diamond. It had something that you know.
That's a king. That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
So he took that off and put on other raiment and he went and 2 men with him. Okay? Just 2 men. He said they came to the woman by night. You don't go see the witch in the morning.
Nah.
You don't go see these people that you go at night.
Yeah.
He said, I pray thee, divine. Give me that word in Hebrew. Right? You got it? You got it on you?
No.
Give me that word divine in Hebrew.
Divine.
What verse?
Verse Samuel 28,
Homie got desperate.
verse 8.
Homie got desperate, son. Homie got
He
desperate.
said, I
First
pray
Samuel
thee.
28, verse what?
Verse 8. I pray thee divine unto me by a familiar
Got desperate.
spirit.
Got desperate.
If I'm
God
correct,
ain't
divine
answering
means to tell the
That's-
future or tell me my future through calling up a spirit for me. That's what he's saying. Because that what he's asking Saul is the future.
And God,
And
not,
God ain't
not
getting it from
answering.
God. I'm not getting no answers. Will I win? Should I go up?
Right.
So I'm coming to you. I need you to call this spirit up
No.
so that
I need to
magic
know.
ball, palm reading, all of these things is divining. Tarot cards. Do you know the 52 deck of playing cards come from tarot cards?
Yeah.
They can also be used in psychics and all that.
Nebuchadnezzar ain't do none of that. He looked
Nah,
into the
he
liver.
say he say you took liver. You take a cow that has been devoted to his deity, okay? That cow, that bullock or that ox gets cut in 12 pieces, and they do rituals with each piece except the liver. He gets the liver. And he poke holes in to divide the liver up. And he sit there and gaze in it for a very long time. A ritual is also done. And then he starts seeing
the
it
future.
look like a little TV screen.
The future.
He starts seeing future. But guess what? God said, okay, Israel messing up. This guy likes to divine. I know what I'm gonna do. When he divine, I'm gonna show him Jerusalem.
On fire.
And when he see that, he gonna say, yeah, we marching on Jerusalem.
Right.
That's how God deals. That's how he used them when we misbehave. You see that? What divine means?
Basam means to practice divination.
Divination.
Or charm.
Or charm. That's the art of foretelling of events.
Fortune telling.
I need to know the future of this war by you calling a spirit up. All right? He said, whom I shall name unto thee. Gotta have the name. He said, and the woman said unto him, behold, thou knowest what Saul had done. She don't know what Saul she's talking to.
Yeah.
She said, yo, listen, man, I'm gonna blow my cover if I do this for you. Matter of fact, I don't even know what you're talking about right now. Because you know, there's one thing in the book. One man said, man, you heard what David said, man. How you gonna tell me to do something that David said not do? You trying to set me up? How you gonna tell me you gonna give me a house full of silver if I kill his son? You was right there. And then when he say kill the violator, you gonna be the one to come kill me. Don't set me up.
Joab got to set him up.
Yeah, man.
Talking about y'all, I'm gonna put you up.
He said, I'm gonna give you a house of silver. I'm gonna give you this. He said, nah,
I'm
man.
not gonna be dead.
You was there.
I'm gonna
You
be
heard
dead.
the command
For sure.
the same way I did.
You know David gonna
I do your bit, and that keeps you clear. And then you kill me. That's mafia business right there. That's how they got down. I use you, keep myself clear, and then when you violate, I kill you. Ain't that something? He said, no, you ain't gonna do that to me. He said, what do I have to do with you guys? And he kept going.
So do it yourself, bro.
You gotta do it yourself.
Do it yourself,
You
bro.
have to act with himself. And the woman said unto him, behold, I know it's what Saul had done, how he had cut off those that had familiar spirits and the wizards of the land, wherein then layest thou a snare for my life to cause me to die. Why are you setting me up? These people spoke up for themselves. Ain't nothing wrong for you to say, hey, wait a minute, man. I ain't never did that. I ain't did what you did. I shouldn't have to get punished with you. Yeah, it's not right. He said, yo, man, listen, man. How you gonna set me up? I do this, and then they get word, get out now. There's the witch and Endor. He said, then I'm gonna die. And Saul swam to her by the Lord, saying, now he swore in God's name. He said, as the Lord liveth, there shall no punishment happen to thee for this thing. And guess what? That stood. Nothing happened to it. We ain't read about nothing happening to it. So these are godly men. And God still stamps their approval when they say things, even if it's to the wicked God. Joshua told those dudes, no, man, we ain't gonna put y'all to harm. But after Joshua found out that he got tricked, he couldn't kill them. So he made them servants. He had to keep his word. And see, when people know that you live by these commandments, you gotta watch it, that they get tricky on you. Yeah, they get tricky on you. Now I know he's not gonna do that, man. I know he ain't gonna do it. So I'm gonna do this, that, and third, because he ain't gonna do that. And I can get my stuff off. That's why Akior told him later, look, you can do what you want, get your stuff off with them if they have iniquity in them, if they have violation in them, if God is not with them, then you can overcome them, then you can trick them, then you can get them. Another generation said, man, we can't trick them. We got to get them to come over here and serve our gods. How are we going to do that? They ain't going to follow us, but they're going to follow the woman.
The woman, that's right.
See, they thought. They said, well, we got to find a way to get there. We got to find a way. That's why God told Moses, destroy the Midianites, because they vexed you with their wiles. You know what that means? They got you to sin, using the woman, using certain things. They got you to sin. Okay. What's this here? What am I reading?
Joan of Arc, the first woman that wore pants. Really?
Life and society in the Middle Ages was heavily dominated by the teachings of the Catholic Church concerning cross-dressing. Deuteronomy 22, verse 5 states, the woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man. Meaning, because pants is a man's clothing. It ends with a final mem, right, meaning male possessive. Am I correct?
Right.
Meaning this thing belongs to men. He said, they made cross-dressing. On the other hand, there were the guidelines of St. Thomas Aquinas, who wrote, it is in itself sinful for a woman to wear men's clothes, or vice versa. Nevertheless, this may be done sometimes. You hear? This is what the Catholic Church, the saints, those fake saints in the Catholic Church, this is what they say. They say, yeah, it's not good for a man to wear what a woman wear, or vice versa, but it's always a but. He said, nevertheless, this may be done sometimes without sin. God didn't say that. So this is why women wear pants. Because the church said it can be worn and you ain't gonna sin. But God didn't say that. God said it's sin for a woman to wear men's clothing and vice versa. Okay? And this was in medieval times. Okay? Again, trying to get it. He said the condemned were not those who wished to better themselves by becoming like the female saints. These are female deities. He said, but those who wear the breeches, okay, as the wife of Bath. What? That's not or as choicest wife of Bath. I don't know what that is, but I know it's some heavy Greek stuff. And she's the wife, that means she's the woman. It has to do with women putting on spurs. But for a woman to wear spurs, she got to put on them chaps and pants, like the cowboy. Okay? See, as time went on, look, Joan of Arc wore pants because she went to war like as the men do. She dressed up as a man. A lot of people didn't know who she was when she was out there at war. That's why they called her witch, and they burnt her.
They burned it for way.
They burnt her, man.
They burned it for
They
way.
burnt her the same way. Look, see that? You see the what they call the not the execution, what they did with the supposed the story of the cross, killing them, right? They did that to everybody. Thieves, murderers, cutthroats. Everybody got put on that stake. Some got stoned, some got their head cut off, some got burnt like she did. Okay? See? Oh, wow. The holy transvestite, which is a female saint, was a common medieval archetype, which, oh, wow. One of the grounds used to defend Joan's attire, the attire that she wore, which was men's attire, followed by the classic story. Fearing her virginity, she cut off her hair, donned male attire, and joined a monastery. This is where you got movies where women dress like men and be monks.
They bald their heads.
And they bought, you see what I'm saying? This is the things that they show today is old. And they make sure that every generation get this stuff. Every generation gonna get a version of paganism to keep it going. You see? Back then, we see the holy transvestite. You see that? There's nothing holy about that.
I know.
Sexuality is central, is general to the construction of sanctity in the Middle Ages. Now, this was the Middle Ages. Sound like today, that holy men and women are not removed from sexuality, but continue to define themselves through reference to sexuality that has been reshaped and redirected. I ain't even gotta read no more. Sexuality that has been reshaped and redirected, like he said earlier, changing of
Changing of kinds.
Today, people say, I have no gender. I'm not male or female. Plain and simple. Time sheet.
11.
Book don't lie. Time sheet.
Then said the woman, whom shall I bring up unto thee? And he said, bring me up
He
Shemuel.
said, y'all give me a name. Y'all give me a name. And he gave me a name. He said, bring me up Samuel.
And when the woman saw Shemuel, she cried with a loud voice. And the woman spake
Because
to
she know the only one that can do that is Saul. It was like this. She said, wait a minute. Samuel. She looked again. She said, man, this is Saul. It's the king. What the hell is going on? Tongue sheet.
And the woman spake to Shaul, saying, why hast thou deceived me? For thou art Shaul.
Nobody likes to get lied to a trick, man.
Right. That's a fact.
Nobody. The little kids don't like it. You mess with you, frustrate him and mess with him and deceive him, play with him. He gonna get mad. Nobody likes that, man. I played for a sucker. You don't like that feeling. It's oh man. You count your money? Oh, it's counterfeit. I know where I got it from. You gonna go right away. So that's a problem now. All that is what happened. He said, and the king said unto her, be not afraid. For what sawest thou? The woman,
And the woman said unto Shaul, I saw gods ascending out of the earth.
See? How you not gonna believe this? Yeah, the Israelites that don't believe certain things that they read in here.
It ain't for them.
How you not gonna read this?
It ain't for them.
If you can't believe this situation went down, then you saying Saul didn't exist.
That's right.
And you saying Samuel didn't exist. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
That's right.
This is not a comic book. This hasn't been altered by man. Certain things, God let it stay the way it is. See if you will believe his word or not. She said, I saw gods ascending out of the earth. Now she called up a name, all right? Everybody's buried down there. Everybody dead, the spirits of the dead of all dead, wicked and righteous, go down. And then they get split.
Right.
The lot and the lot. A lot of righteous, a lot of wicked. A lot of the righteous, a lot of wicked. Realm of the dead. We all go to the realm of the dead. Okay? So when she called that spirit up, that spirit coming up from the realm of the dead, which is the lot of the righteous. But she didn't see the name that she called, she didn't see that spirit come up. She saw other spirits coming up. She said she saw gods.
Ascending.
What's the name in Hebrew for that?
The bodyguard.
Security.
Just want to make this clear.
That's right.
Security.
So we saw
I'm not
gods.
I'm not mistaken. It says Elohim.
And I read in other books
Secret
that
Service.
people say is comic book, but it go along with everything that's in
And
here.
you have Israelites that don't believe it.
Their
Okay.
mom
They don't
is
believe
comic
that.
book.
They don't believe
And
it.
it said the righteous
Their
souls,
mom
and
is
it's
comic
in
book.
Second Ezra and Apocrypha. It said the souls of the righteous are guarded
Yeah.
by angels.
There wasn't no evil spirits.
Secret Service.
Okay. So that's what she saw.
So the woman said unto Saul, I saw gods ascending out of the earth.
Okay, they coming up.
Right? The Hebrew for gods is Elohim.
There we go. Once again,
Means God.
angels is down there. They're coming up. That's his guard.
But she referred to men as Elohim,
As Elohim
also.
also.
We are
God said
Elohim.
we are
I
gods.
said
We
Elohim.
gods in the
So we
physical.
shall die like men and fall like one of the
That's
princes.
as far as it goes with
We are
us.
God. We shall die like men.
That's right.
Which
Only
we-
flesh.
That's right.
But when it say Elohim in there, it's talking about angels. The angels of God. So that's what she saw coming up. So before you see the king, you're gonna see his body work, right or
Detail.
wrong. You're gonna see detail. Right? Before you see chief, you're gonna see locks.
Yeah, before you see the president, before you see the president,
Right?
you see the black suit niggas.
Then you're gonna see men coming beside him, and you're gonna see Stokes holding up the back. That's how the kings move. That's how the heavyweights move. That's how presidents move. See the Secret Service?
Yeah.
Everybody ain't in front,
No.
everybody ain't in back.
Nah, but you don't see the president in front.
Nah, he ain't in the front. Because if anything go down, we get it first. That's why he say you're gonna take your sons. The king gonna take your sons
Put them in
and
front.
put them where?
Front.
In front line, front of his chariot.
Front
But when
line.
the arrows come, he get it first.
That's right.
He said, "You man, you don't know what's gonna happen, man." Some shit.
And he said unto her, what form is he of? And she said, an old man cometh
She
up.
said, "What form? What does he look like? Give me a description of what he looked like." That's why God said, "Don't let them even gaze up in here,
Go ahead.
because they're not going to see a description of what I look like." Because all right, police, somebody did a robbery. They said, "Man, he's with the victim is with our artist right now," and she's describing what he looked like.
ID.
And when they finish, it looked like the dude. Right or wrong, y'all? It looks like the guy, right? That's why God said, you can't even see me. Back then, they didn't have cameras. They didn't have no devices. They were just
what they
got
say.
up in here.
Nigga, kill it.
I'm not supposed to know that.
Yeah, skillet.
And it is so great.
Yeah, skillet.
Look, wow, I have to say what I saw. Because it's
You're
God.
not gonna leave it alone.
So he knows, man.
Right.
Look, you can't worship God the way you want to.
Right.
That's why you can't see him.
Right.
Because you're going to give a description. Somebody going to get smart and say, yeah, blah, 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 this, that, and the third. No.
Somebody gonna try to
that. So
do
he's
makeup.
You're going to
try to look like
You're going to see him in cartoons.
Yeah,
You're going to see him on Family Guy.
cartoon
You're going to see him in
word,
The Simpsons.
man.
You're going to see him in Rick and Jeff, Morty. What was the new one? Rick and Morty. You're going to see him on there.
They be clowning Jake on that.
They clown the devil and Jake and everybody else.
And they
You ain't gonna clown God. You ain't gonna make no movies. He's an iron God. You clown God to find men to play that role. Because you ain't gonna know what he look like. If you get to see what he look like, you burn, you die. You're not gonna exist no more. His eyes are 10 times brighter than the sun. Start praying and acknowledging his name. That builds your fear. You start to be aware of who God really is and what you are to him. Insignificant. You are new to him. Break your pride.
That's right.
Tom she?
And she said, an old man cometh up, and he is covered with a mantle.
She see an old man coming up and he's covered with a mantle.
And shall perceive that it was Shemuel.
He the only one that look like that fits that description. He can't see. She can see the spirit. That's why he says, what do you see? What form of man is it? All right?
Everybody's
Tom
looking
she?
around the mantle.
And Shaul perceived that it was Shemuel.
He perceived it. He said, yo, that's him. That's Samuel. That's the prophet. And what he did?
And he stooped with his face to the ground and
Bowed
bowed
himself. So I said, I'm going to bow myself one last time. I bowed. When we bowed, we wasn't worshiping the dead.
You talking about?
That's respect.
You talking about?
Okay?
You talking
I
about?
know what people going to start saying. So I'm going to clear it before it get there.
You talking about?
All right? I'm going to clear it before it get there. Shout. Samuel knew the dead spirit is there.
You talking about?
Bowed.
You talking about? You talking about?
All right? Tom Sheep.
And Shemuel said to Shaul, why hast thou disquieted me to bring me up?
He said, why you just
Not God.
why you bothering me?
Means to disturb.
Why you made noise to wake me up?
Why you
The
disturb?
noise is what this lady is doing on earth to bring my spirit up. You see that?
Why you
You
disturbing me?
you called up somebody who you ain't supposed to be calling up.
Why you disturbing me?
Why have you disquieted me?
Disturbing the
To
peace.
disturb my peace. He's sleeping. His spirit.
I'm resting.
Our spirits, it come a time when you want to die. If you live correctly too, you're gonna want to die. Man, boy. Ooh. And everybody's gonna look at you and say, come on, man. Yo, Isaac said, yo, it's time that I die. He didn't die the next day. But
20-something years later, man.
He knew anytime from now, this is it. I did my life.
20-something years later.
So when men get to that stage, they start seeing things. Things that God connecting with them in a way that they're not gonna connect with
Mind
us,
your
because
business.
when you get closer to that day, you connect. My grandmother said she saw the hole. My Abba looked, and I'm watching her, my Abba. It was like watching the TV. I looked, I didn't see no hole either. She told my Abba, yo, the hole. She said the hole is there. She said, but I'm not going there. My grandmother was blind before she died, y'all.
Yeah.
She couldn't even see the floor.
Yeah.
Facts.
The night before, she said that there was a party there. She told me in my hour, hey, you know, there was a party here. The nurses, the patients came from another floor. Don't go down in places like that. We know that.
Yeah. There.
And I noticed my Abba, I seen this space and he peeped what was going on and he went right along with it. Because I heard she said, no, Mom, I don't see a hole. She said, look, stop playing with me. She said, stop playing with me.
Mm-hmm.
So when your mother said, yo, man, stop playing with me. When they start getting a little fidgety,
Leave it alone.
Right.
That's
Go
right.
back and forth.
it's best to
Mhm.
do this.
That's right.
Do this.
That's right.
It's best to do it.
That's right.
There's times when I didn't do this and I regretted it.
That's right.
I regretted it inside, I regretted it outside.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
You think you don't, yo, man. We think this don't have no effect. We already in. We already said things out of our mouth.
Too late.
We said things out of our mouth you don't remember concerning this God.
Ain't no backing out.
So you can't do nothing but go forward now.
Can't.
And then,
He said,
and
so
so
he stooped to the ground with his face to the ground and bowed himself. And Samuel said to Saul, why
is
has
thou
God described this me to bring me up? Why you bring my spirit up? Why you did this?
I was resting.
Tom Sheep.
And Shaul answered, I am sore distressed, for the Philistines made war against
Listen,
me.
man. The spirit, the dead. I don't care what's going on with y'all on earth. Unless it's in individuals like Raquel, you know what I'm saying? And that there's no Jerusalem around for that. Man.
Dig it.
People gone. And people gone.
Mhm.
Like I said, it comes a time when your spirit is tired and you want it's asleep. You know how you tired in the physical? You say, yo, man, I gotta get some sleep. Fatigue. And your spirit feels that's how your spirit feels.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not gonna get no rest when you leave here if you didn't serve God.
No,
It
sorry.
said no rest for the wicked. You know what I mean? Torture, constant torture. You're not going to get no rest from it.
Eternal
There's not going to be no relief from it. Rest means stop, like today. Rest from work. You're not going to get relief. You're not going to sigh. About to finish this up now, y'all. He said,
15.
I am sore distressed. He said, but the Philistines make war against me, and God has departed from me. Let me tell you something about these people. God ain't in their life. They don't need to. It's like, yo, I don't need to live, man. God cut me off, man. Kill me, man. That's it. David said, look, man, if I can't do righteousness, take me. If I'm not able to do your commands, take me, man. Just take me out. I don't want to stay here doing evil. Wow. I don't want to be that way.
Right.
He said, search my insides. I know ain't nothing there. You ain't gonna find it there. It took a lifetime for him to get there like that. He said, God has departed from me and answered me no more, neither by prophets nor by dreams. Therefore, I called you. He said, that thou mayest make known unto me what I shall do. Then Samuel said, wherefore then dost thou ask of me, seeing the Lord is departed from thee, and is becoming thine enemy? If Mom Duke, Bob Duke, then you.
Why you coming to me?
I can't do nothing for you.
Okay.
I can't do nothing.
Okay.
Man, don't come to me. You're going to get me in trouble. I don't got nothing to do with that. I'm not back. You're hot right now. You hot right now.
That's true.
I leave that alone.
I'm gonna tell on my parents.
How you going to do this?
I'm gonna tell on my parents.
How? How you? You can't tell God on your parents.
I'm gonna tell on my grandma.
How about that one? God ain't listening to it.
I'm gonna
No
tell
matter
my
what they
grandfather.
do, you go crying to God about it. God gonna curse you. You can't even say nothing to God about it. You can't complain to God
kill you for
about
no
them.
reason.
So how about anybody else?
No
can?
reason to talk to you and kill you.
Who do you think you are? And I've seen the heathen, and the heathen, they respect their grandfathers and their grandmothers more than Israelites do.
I'm gonna tell my mother. I'm gonna tell my mother on
I
my
see that.
grandmother.
You can pray that. You can pray the Most
Just
High
talk about
that they won't be
I see
angry
that.
at you. That's about it.
You think, okay, Jacob, Isaac's sons, Jacob, Esau. You think they could go over? Abraham, they come around Abraham, which is their father and father,
No.
right? You think they can do that? If they're Abraham telling them, well, that no, I don't do that. They go to his son, Abraham's son, and complain to him. Boy, if it wasn't for me, your father wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here.
You won't be here. Yeah.
This is going down the line. See, that's the problem is you don't know your place.
Don't know your place.
You were not.
And you don't know your place, and God is going to visit you personally to put you back in your place. And a lot of times when he do that, you get broken without remedy, man.
You know what I said, man? Girl, you won't squeeze through there again. I'm gonna smack the flames out of you. I look. I said, oh, I put my head back down in the book. I said, hold on, I ain't got nothing to say on that.
That's right. I saw a show the other day,
I ain't got nothing to
but
say
they
on
showed
that.
back in the day. She said, hey, you see, I got my friend here. You ain't gonna say hi to Miss Such and Such?
Right. Wait. Say that again. That's what? Come on, man. You gotta teach these kids some type of respect.
That's
The
right.
woman
They have no respect.
has another
Your
woman that's a
children,
pregnant
my
man.
children, will walk around who you have around and won't say nothing.
Won't say
Pastor
nothing.
say, hey,
She
show some
said,
respect, man.
You ain't
Say
acknowledging
hello.
Miss Such and Such.
Say good morning.
Because
Say
whoever come
hello.
to see
That's
me
right.
or your father,
That's
you gotta
right.
be easy.
That's
You gotta
right.
see me. They ain't come see you.
That's your friend. You
Okay?
get that.
And she said something slick.
right.
She said, "Bow!"
That's right.
And the little girl took it.
That's right.
Right? She took it. I
That's
said,
right.
"Wow, like
That's
that
right.
little girl, man. She good."
That's right.
I said, "Wow."
That's
Yeah.
right.
She can get
took
mad
it.
and walk off.
Nah, but you know what happened? No more of this. We need more of this.
That's right.
We need more of this.
Ain't no more of that.
That's right.
Now this.
This is what keep everybody clear.
That's right.
When God do this, Israel get right, right?
That's right.
So when you do this to the children,
Right.
they get right. We need more of this.
What God said, don't spoil the ride.
Do
Don't spare the ride.
spare the rod, spoil the
Spoil
child.
the
That's
child.
right.
Oh man, come on, mind your business. I just tell people mind your business.
That's right.
That's right.
Because anything happen with this, it's my responsibility.
That's right.
Okay? When he get out of hand, you're gonna say, well, hey, you the father, you ain't doing nothing about it. I'm doing something about it now.
That's right.
And we are more hard-headed than generations past.
That's right.
Naturally.
That's right.
Okay? And with that, I hope you got something what was being brought. Just remember, I'm gonna say it one more time. We have to break our pride.
That's right.
That's right.
Break it, man.
That's right.
It's the only way you're gonna serve God.
That's right. More of this.
Shalom alaikum.
Shalom alaikum.
More of that. That's right. More of that.
Fire.
That's right.
That's right.
Fire.
Don't get old.
Fire.